you. Hi, I'm Q, and I play Vox Windbler. Vox is a half-elf fighter and assassin rogue. She was born and lived most of her life in Asparia at the end of the Salt Valley. Her parents are Ava Windbler, who knew Perrin when they both lived in the Feywilds, and Tehran Windbler. Ava's half-brother Balak murdered Tehran, imprisoned Ava, and controlled Vox's uncle Theon. This results in Vox being thrust into chaos instead of the peace she had known. She eventually finds love with Reviana Brighthand, the captain of the Royal Guard, before Balak frames Vox for murdering the king of the Salt Valley, and manipulates circumstances to cause her to travel to the Dreadspire, leaving behind everything she knew. Now she travels the world with her found family, her talking sword Brightburn, to create a better future for those she loves.
Howdy, my name is Sean, and I play Atticus Phoenix. Atticus is a human fighter with a champion/homebrewed mage slayer archetype. Atticus hails from one of the oldest royal houses in Nymeria, the House of the Phoenix, which is nestled deep within the South Green, but has been wandering the continent for some time as a knight, pledging his sword to upkeep the memory of his family and to protect the people of the land. He is haunted by an ancient entity known as the Darkness, which has cursed him and his entire family with a plague that has left him and a few others as the last of their name. Atticus is the father of Atlas, his long-lost son, best friend to Cletus LeGrande of the Hill Giants, former partner of Burgent Fellhammer, and designated leader of the party.
My name is Tyler James, and I play Perrin Meliamne. Perrin is a wood elf, bard, and ranger. Perrin was born on the Golden Shores to fulfill a lost prophecy before he was transported to the Feywild to escape the land's destruction. There he was raised by a figure half forgotten to all Nymeria, and eventually traveled the land under the control of Balak Morgrasp, while learning to be a conman and wanderer. He seeks to find peace between the necessity of violence in a cruel world and his deep love of life in all its complexity. Perrin is the adoptive father of Fauna, a pledged squire of Atticus Phoenix, keeper of the Door Realm Key, companion of Amos the Mockingbird, and wielder of the Ornament of Rights.
My name is Aaliyah and I play Fauna. She is a witch raised in the Evewood Coven that was recently wiped out by the Night Guard. Although Perrin is the closest thing she currently has to a father, her real parentage is still a mystery, as are the horns, which seem to be some kind of curse. She has a black cat familiar who is her best friend and constant companion, and has now found a new family in the ragtag party she has joined up with on this adventure.
My name is June, and I play Nyx Loon, a shadow elf, divine sorcerer, and rogue assassin with our shared pronouns of she/they. The last remaining heir to the Nightlands and prime of the Court of Night, Nyx was secreted into an enchanted locket to survive an ancient war, where they were soon lost to time and the whims of their Loonstone's wielder. From close friend and confidant of the Queen, to gauche pawn and ruthless assassin for the Speakers, Nyx was passed from many hands throughout history, and changed much of it. Now freed from the Loonstone's control, Nyx has only three goals: repay their life debt to Atticus Phoenix, protect their godson, Perrin Meliamne, and reclaim what was stolen from them in memory, identity, and homeland.
Um, Luna said she couldn't hear anything in the stream. She can't hear anything.
I see why. That's why right there, because it muted my audio in the main, and now my audio should be good. Wait, let me test yours real quick. Talk again. Let me look at your bar.
Hi, hello.
What about mine?
Okay,
What's
cool.
up?
Yep, everyone's good. You're all there.
Thank you.
My
Luna.
bar is a bar.
Cool. All right. Welcome, everyone, to the Feast of Dice channel. I am your DM, Elijah Goodall, pronouns they, them, and this is our long-term campaign Castle Run. I'm going to give you a recap real quick, because when we left the party last, they had just made it through the trials beneath Phoenix Manor in the grotto, which resulted not only in them being able to become Knights of the Phoenix, but also culminated in an oath, which bound the party together. And not only that, but also brought into existence the power of a new court in Namira, the Court of the Unbroken Green, with Bert being its inaugural member and Cletus belonging to the Court of the Unbroken Green as well. In the same ceremony or ritual, Atlas, the son of Atticus Phoenix, was also separated from the body of Bert and put back in his body, or at least a copy of what his body used to be. So, Atticus, you have your 12-year-old son, Atlas, back alive and well after centuries of him being gone. In addition, at the end of that ritual, noticing a little too late to do anything about it, Atticus watched helplessly in the middle of the ritual as another soul was separated from another body, that of the crownless king, from George, as he finished the ceremony. George
did nothing wrong.
Yeah, George did nothing. George was taken, we know not where. And the Filth King, after some words from Perrin, departed to begin establishing his court of power at the bottom of the ocean. And I think we ended the last session with Atlas giving Bert, who all those centuries ago had saved him by taking his soul into his little magical frog body. And that was where we ended the session. We're gonna pick it we're gonna pick it up from right there beneath the grotto. Leaving the grotto, I mean, you have the war council ahead of you now. All of Atticus's allies were sent missives, and you now are due to make an appearance at that. It took you a while to get through that. We didn't really go over the time, but it did take hours and hours to make it through the grotto, which would have put it well past midnight. Returning, I mean, you can take your long... Basically, the War Council is going to be in 2 following evenings, so you kind of have a little bit of downtime at the mansion. So I am just going to kind of go around to all of you and ask what you want to do during that downtime leading up to the council. And we'll start with what does Atticus do? You've got about a day and a half after getting back out of the grotto. What does Atticus do to prepare for this council as allies begin to arrive?
You know what? Atticus just hangs out with Atlas, catches him up on everything.
Yeah.
That's been going on. Play some catch with him. Goes over some books, kind of just fills in the years, tells him about his grandpa. Tells them about the party, and just gets them all up to date.
Atticus, we're gonna play out one. I think as you are, sitting in the library with Atlas, telling him about his grandpa and what you now know, that because initially I'm sure when you talked to him about his grandpa, it was as someone long departed. And I don't know how honest you would have been with all the things that you knew about your father, Armitage, at the time with Atlas, but now you know more, at least a little bit. I think.
Oh, Atticus doesn't like coddle. He
Yeah.
lets Atlas know everything that's going on.
Cool. Well, I think sitting there in the library, Atlas looks over to you. Dad, so do you think that is Grandpa coming back?
Well, I think most definitely, yeah. He is a man lost in the world at this point, and I don't expect him to let me do what I plan to do without a fight.
Dad, I don't know if I want to see you fight Grandpa. You always said he was real tough.
Yeah, I know. We're not supposed to fight each other, but sometimes there are bigger things in life that stand in the way, and push comes to shove. You gotta fight for what you believe for, even if it's a family member standing in the way for all the wrong reasons.
Alice is silent for a moment, of looking not out the window on the grounds, but inside at all the different books in the library. And give me an insight check real quick, Atticus.
$18 on insight.
On an 18, it's been like about 24 hours now that you have had Atlas back in your life, and that he's been back here in the world of the living, and not a confused and trapped soul shuffled around in the body of a small magical frog knight. But Atlas was always sharp, quick, and you see his eyes darting around the light, like hungrily eyeing the spines of books that he is so familiar with. Dad, I know last time I messed up real bad, but I know what I did wrong, and I know that the spells that I was working with were dangerous, and I won't do it again. I won't mess with magic that I don't know, but Dad, I do know some magic, and I want to help. I know I can't go with you to fight that big nasty bird, but I want to do what I can from here, and if you think Grandpa's coming too, I want to help.
Your tenacity after all these years is still there, bud. Tell you what, we could use all the help we can get. The biggest help to me would be to hold down the fort, and if you have any wild plans like you usually do, you come tell me before you go off and do those things. All right?
I will.
Atticus takes a knee and puts a hand on his shoulder, and looks at Atticus at Atlas and says, I know it's a confusing time. I know that Grandpa's still around and you're back, but for a long time I was known in the lands as the last Phoenix. But now that you're around, you may just be the last Phoenix, son. And that's an important place to be. This is an important place to be. And I need you here in case anything goes awry. But I know you're gonna figure out something here, how to help from here. I just know it.
I will, Dad. I promise. I'm gonna start now. And Atlas takes off running, and just begins pulling books out from the shelves and creating a stack on one of the tables nearby. I'm going to right now roll. He's going to get some help. He's going to get some help from, oh my god, we only had him in one session. What was that NPC's name? Ash. That's right, Ash. That little small automaton that was built by Alice when he was even smaller than he is now. He's going to get some help from Ash. I'm just going to make an investigation check here. Atlas does get a +6 to this roll. Okay. 21. I'm going to record that down here, and that will have some results later. Atticus, that's what you do during your downtime. Fauna, what are you doing in your downtime before the council?
Did yours, when he,
yeah, folded in
whatever
on
that
himself
was.
into a
Yeah.
single, yeah.
Perfect being and did nothing wrong.
Yeah, did he leave any belongings or anything behind?
Oh, behind. Interesting. I mean, you can tell us, Tyler's, as the player in charge of George. Would George have left anything? Like, I mean, I think George expected to come back out of the trials. Would George have left anything in his room?
Yeah, see, the player wants to say, oh yeah, definitely, so many things. I think there was would have been probably a couple books, maybe some of the books he borrowed from Vladimir.
Okay, cool.
Probably some general supplies, maybe some lesser tools. He would not have left his whatever it's called, the lens that we made for him. He would not have left that in his room. He would have kept that on his person, which would be probably the most valuable and most dangerous item he had.
For sure.
And anything that was on his person also just got sucked into the void or whatever with him, I assume. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, if Fauna goes to his room to search, if George did leave a few books behind, you're welcome to make an investigation check on the books that George left behind.
Okay, I think she would go there and also just back to the grotto to see if she could find any. Basically, partly because of what happened, and also partly because he seemed like he clearly knew more about what was going on with her, but she didn't really get a chance to talk to him or figure it out. So she's looking for insight on both of those things. So
okay, cool. Yeah,
in his belongings if there's any left, and also just in any residual magic or anything that's in the grotto area.
Yes. Make me
what
actually, instead of an investigation, make me an Arcana check.
21. Wait.
Okay.
Yeah, 21.
Okay. Fauna, on a 21, you look before you leave the grotto, you search, you kind of comb through the ritual, you find quite a few other spells that you think, the same way that the magic circle was created in that space around George to protect, apparently not really George, but the other soul that George was harboring. You find a few other fail-safes in this spell that could have gone off. Some perhaps more deadly even than they were protective. Now all, they're all latent, disarmed. I will also say that a 21 is good. In the books back in George's room, roll me an investigation check too, along with the Arcana check.
$18.
Okay. On an 18, you are looking through the books. You find a lot of information. I think you're actually going to learn a bit about this ritual. that George set up. And one of the things that I'm going to allow that to do, I need to look up the level of something real quick, actually. Let's see. Cool. I like it. You can go ahead and write down on Fauna's character sheet underneath their 3rd level spells. Fauna, I think you learn the spell Magic Circle. So it is now an available 3rd level spell for you to cast.
Sweet.
So you will, I mean, obviously you don't have the description right there, but, look it up. And that spell is one that takes 1 minute to cast, and it lasts for 1 hour, but you create a 10-foot radius, and it's like a 20-foot tall cylinder of energy centered on a point, and basically nothing can pass the barrier of that. So you can use it as something to imprison someone if you have the full minute to cast in their account. You can also use it as something to protect yourself or someone else. I think, too, if the creature tries to use teleportation or something to get out of it, they have to succeed on a charisma saving throw. Yeah. So, pretty cool. In addition, and I'll just say this, and then if Tyler has, you do, Tyler, do you have what the letter would be, or is it just that truly it's that vague and you do want me to?
That's just what it is.
Okay.
Let's say it's in another language.
Ooh, I like this. I like this a lot. Fauna. In the last book that you open up, appears to be a little bit more of a journal. Probably not necessarily a current one, as George probably had those on him. You saw him constantly taking notes. So this one looks a little older, all fleshed out, maybe, from 2 or 3 months back. It's pretty dense to get through it. You being a witch and not an artificer, there's a lot of... It's not even that it's in a language that you can't understand, it's just that the way that it is assembled. There's a lot of arcane information here, and it is not really how you take in magic. So it kind of gets to the point to where it's just like you're going back and you're having to read the same paragraph 4 or 5 times over, and you're just kind of starting to flip through the book. You find a letter in this book. And on that Arcana check of 21, you see that the letter is from... what is the name going to be? You see that there is a letter there from what appears to be I think you got an Arcana. Give me a history check right too in this moment as you're looking at this letter.
$14.
Okay.
I think.
On a 14, there's a lot of rambling in this letter, and it's very dense. It's talking about arcane that you can't quite understand. And at the end of kind of, you can't really tell, maybe it's even in code. It just seems so dense, but maybe it's just talking on this intellectual level of the arcane that is way up here. But at the end, you also see is posed a simple question. And it just reads, also, as to your inquiry about Nightglass, see an old friend of mine, Indrid Saruk. He is the curator of the Black Mountain in Asparia. you might find what you're looking for there. Sincerely, your colleague, Herasimus J. Ovark.
Sorry, what was the glass called again?
Night glass. You see it mentions night glass, which I think at this point the party is aware of it, because I think a couple people asked, like George, what the apparatus. I think somebody asked while you were all inside the Yasanoth, inside the.
That was his like thing that he used
stomach.
to look at. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Cool.
Thanks.
That is what you find. Yeah. Is Fauna doing anything else during the downtime before the council?
Probably just a lot has happened. Like, I feel like she hasn't really had a chance to like get her shit together.
Yeah.
Since the whole thing happened where she like went feral. Like, really there hasn't been a chance to just like center and ground. So she's probably just spending some time like solo, I think, just trying to like work out everything that has happened.
Okay, cool. So kind of a lot of downtime on your own. Great.
Yeah.
You found that letter. You now also, doesn't give you an extra spell slot, but as a 3rd level spell, you now do also have the spell Magic Circle.
Thanks.
Nyx, what are you doing during your downtime before the council?
Not to copy Fauna, but I think very similar. Of a lot happened, a lot of like emotional shit. I feel like they're starting to feel a bit of some weight of their interaction with the Crownless King, and also just there were some big moments for them, and I think they just need to take time away and just kind of process and try and get their head on straight, and almost like calm their own emotions so they can like go into things logically and like get into war mode ahead of the war council.
Okay. I like that. So you're taking a lot of private. Go ahead and you're going to do 2 things for me during this downtime. I want a perception check and an insight check.
Sorry, I was looking at my modifiers. It's been a while. That is a nat 20. I will let you decide which one you want that to be for.
I'll let you decide.
Let me roll the other one first.
Okay, yeah. For a nat 20, I'll let you decide which one is a
That's
nat
20. 20 and a dirty 20. So I'm going to say dirty 20 for perception and nat 20 for insight.
Oh. Okay. God. The nat 20 on insight and the 20 on perception. I had a concern that this might happen on insight checks. Okay. I need everyone except for Nyx to take their headphones off. Nyx, as you are focusing in and steeling yourself for this council, you spend a lot of time wandering around the manor. Over the course of the next day and a half, you become pretty familiar with the grounds, and your feet just kind of tend to take you to your favorite places. There is an observatory here, which in the evening looks up on the sky above the South Green. Makes you a little homesick And while it is different and alien to the sky that you remember looking up at as a child from the Nightlands, it is the night sky nonetheless, and it is beautiful here. In your downtime, on a nat 20 insight check and a dirty 20 on perception, I'm going to give you an option here. In your wandering around the mansion, you are feeling an air of tension. You know, allies are beginning to arrive every day. More and more gather. You see even more Othga coming from Solasa, who have made the long trek across the Unbroken Green shortly behind the LeGrande family. You see town leaders and captains of the guard coming from various small villages, you know, within a couple days' travel of the manor. Allies at one time or another to the Phoenix family. The tension that you feel in this place, though, it's a lot. You've been around the energy of a war council before. You've been around the energy of gatherings. Granted, it's been a very long time, and you were a child for the most part when you were around that kind of energy. But there's something else going on here. And on your nat 20 insight, I'm going to ask you. You said during this time that Nyx is steeling themselves, preparing not just for the council, but for whatever fight comes ahead, whether that be a war or a battle, whatever the case may be. Do you turn that nat 20 insight check on yourself? Or do you pay closer attention to the tension that you feel here in Phoenix Manor?
I think to the tension. They've gone through enough things over the past, past week or so, but certainly the past couple hours, that I think they're trying to turn that off for now, and really dial in, especially for the sake of the party and Atticus and now Atlas, and like they're feeling the pressure of what they're about to walk into. Yeah. And they want to do right by everybody, especially after the oath and the choice that they made. Like, they're almost in protector mode too.
You begin to... I need you to give me a stealth check.
I get advantage on those. I'm going to roll again, but I got a 30 for the first one, and that is a nat 1 on the second roll, so I'm going to keep the 30.
Take the 30, yeah. Nyx, over the following day and a half, your suspicion begins to grow. There's something going on here. Yes, allies are arriving. Yes, there is a massive battle of... The stakes are incredibly high, perhaps the highest that they have been since the darkness was driven out from the South Green by the Knights of the Phoenix so long ago. Something is in the air here. But you're beginning to see odd things too. A note passed between staff and quickly tucked away. Hushed whispers that you can't quite make out and hidden behind hands so you can't read the lips of kitchen staff. or people around the museum. Something here, like the staff, is buzzing as well. And it seems to be more than just, oh, the staff is here at an exciting time and they've never seen like anything like this happen. And it is the night of the council, or I should say the evening. Everyone is summoned. Everyone is on their way there. And with your dirty 20 on perception, you see as you are headed there a group of about 8 staff. Everyone seems to kind of be wearing like essentially almost like ceremonial robes for this council. Like they've all kind of put on, you know, the dress code here at the manor. Like, yeah, there's a dress code, but they, like no one is really cracking down on it. People are pretty much free to wear what they want within reason. No one has to be wearing the Phoenix family colors, you know, unless they're giving a tour or something like that. But you see, you know, they're all dressed in their ceremonial garb, but about 8 of them cut off, and instead of heading towards the council, you see that 8 of them are headed towards Vox's chambers. And with a 30 on stealth, if you want, you can follow them unseen. Do you continue to the council, or do you follow the staff members?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay. You follow the staff members. Everyone else can put their headphones back on, and yeah. Perrin, what do you do in the day and a half leading up to the evening that the council will be held?
I think Perrin's a little shaken by the last day or two. I think he's pretty upset about having just learned that he is this heir of the Court of Tides and then immediately fucked up his purview. So I think he's feeling a little... I think he's doing the typical Perrin thing, which is he's feeling pretty bad for himself right now.
Yeah.
Which is not necessary, but he's feeling pretty down on himself.
I mean, so it was a whoopsie, for sure.
Yeah, I think he's thinking, you know, it's his typical, like, you dumb big idiot, look at you goofing up everything as soon as something goes well. I think he kind of probably takes off and goes out into the, like, surrounding area around the estate. I'm gonna say he was just looking to see what's there, but I would love it if he either found something that caught his attention in maybe a spiritual way, or if there's just not for the sake of stats, but for the sake of logistics, like a tailor, so he could retrim up all his
for
equipment.
Sure. You find a tailor, you drop, you know, you are measured for everything. They take. Oh yes, and the shoulders like so. Any particular?
Yeah, I get it. My shoulders are huge. I know. Pretty buff.
I mean, I've seen better, but you're not doing bad.
Cool.
Colors, any particular preference?
I mean, mostly it's just like I have this new armor, and it's just so like it's just so military, and I'd just like to get a little bit back more to my kind of foresty vibes.
Not a problem. Well, let's take this and we'll fix it up. It'll be ready before the council. Will there be anything else, Master Meliamne?
Oh, jeez, I didn't know you knew my name.
We're required to know everyone's name that is a guest of Atticus.
Deeply upsetting. Do you have any, like, How often do you get elves down here? Do you have like an elvish
From time to time.
quarter of the town?
On here on the grounds, perhaps you'd enjoy taking a look at the observatories. Tend to be you can partake in the beauty of the night sky. There is elven wine available.
That sounds like my kind of spot.
Fantastic. And you see, pulls out a map and points out where the observatory is to you. Takes your stuff for tailoring, to kind of change your color scheme back to what it used to be.
And then, I think he's just gonna kind of try to meditate, and he's also gonna do a little bit of a pocket inventory. He's got like a ring. He's still been carrying around some of these carved teeth. I don't think those are not Balak's teeth or the other teeth, I think.
Yeah, the old ones.
He has a mask two masks that he stole.
Yeah.
He has a fish wish coin. He has
Pocket full of blood.
a pocket full. I think he might clean out. I think the blood is getting old, so I think he's gonna clean that out and keep an eye out for some fresh blood.
Over a month old or more at this point, so yeah, it's a little nasty.
Oh my god, do you know what I did that I just realized? We gave the book about Akron to George. I think it might be gone.
Yeah.
Fuck.
We fucked up.
Whoops. Schloop. Okay, you are headed to the Perrin. I will tell you that Nix, before your particular observations, you were spending some time in the observatory. Perrin, if you go to the observatory on that first night, you do see Nix there. Do you interact with Nix at all, or do you keep to yourself?
I think Perrin is learning to be a little less invasive, so I think he would probably do a little bit of a vibe check and only approach if it seemed like Nix was open to it. It's like maybe he'll just give a little wave.
I think in the moment right now, they'll probably give a wave back and like a nod, but they seem a little distracted.
Yeah, I mean, that seems fair. We've been, hitting the road hard for a while, and we've been the only people we've been around for a while, so I feel like everyone is kind of like, leave me
taking
alone for a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. You said you were looking for some things on the grounds, like, that maybe pertained... arcane, mystic. Maybe they pertain to... Give me an Arcana check.
It's a 14, and I'm just picturing this as he's wanting to like find some peace, not necessarily answers.
Okay. It is not in the observatory that you find peace, Perrin, but there is a garden here on the great. There's more than a few gardens on the grounds at Phoenix Manor, but there's a particular garden. A lot of giant orchids here, purple blooming vines. It's more grass and moss than it is wetland or swampy here. But there is a very clear, beautiful little pond here that actually, just because of like deposits in the earth, happens to be salt water instead of fresh water. But it is this beautiful, deep, clear pond, bluish green in color, and it is almost crystal clear, almost like it was like hot spring type water, but you can see to the bottom. It's about 12 feet down. Just this small little pond in the garden. And Amos enjoys being here too, and is kind of like flitting around the garden and taking a little freedom from your shoulder for herself.
Yeah, I think he's just gonna kind of meditate on that and just kind of try to exist for once.
doing this and taking your time before the council to do this, I'm going to say that when you arrive at the council, Perrin, you will function the entire time at the council as if under the effects of the Bless spell. So a D4 added to attack rolls and saving throws.
All right. Perrin
I will-
attacks everyone.
Actually, I will, you know what, I'll give you the option. You can have it be blessing or guidance, your choice. Guidance would be a D4 to ability checks. Blessing would be a D4 to attack rolls and saving throws.
All right, let me think about it for a second.
Okay. While Tyler's thinking about that, I will say Atticus, Fauna, and Perrin, you are all summoned that evening to the council here at Phoenix Manor. Called by you, Atticus. The Phoenix formerly known as the last Phoenix, I suppose. And now, with Atlas being back and knowing that your father's back, perhaps just back to Atticus Phoenix, but there's still a lot of people here at the manor, a lot of the staff referring to you as the last Phoenix.
Yeah, Atticus is wearing like full.
Yeah, describe for the
house
three
colors.
of yeah for the three of you. Describe to me what you are wearing as you head to the council.
Yeah, Atticus is wearing like a very loose blouse, like swashbuckler shirt. His muscle and hairy chest are poking out hard. He has like a coat that's gold, like red, like scarlet, like very nice red with like gold details on it, and he just looks like, you know, house colors. Looks nice. Mustache is starting to come back a little bit. Hair slicked back. He's looking good.
Cool. Fauna, what is Fauna wearing to the council?
Fauna is wearing her nicer dress, the one she got in the last session.
Yeah, I think it was laid
long
out
ago
for you at Phoenix Manor.
Yeah, so it's just like still kind of her vibe and color palette, like greens and, you know, earthy, but it's just like a nicer, like not like ball attire fancy, but like,
Yeah,
you know, she wants to be taken more seriously, so she's not wearing her just like whatever she, you know, was wearing when she left the coven. And
Yeah.
that's like, she really doesn't have a lot of changes of clothes, so
yeah. Fauna, both. I think not both, but Cletus arrives with you along with Bert. Both of them dressed in. Bert has got a set of kind of green and gold armor with a new little insignia on it that is just a small little frog sitting in a field, kind of like a smart pin, and he's wearing like a little off the shoulder green cape. And Cletus is dressed in something pretty much exactly the same, but sized up for Cletus as he joins you in the walk down to the council room, and just kind of offers his arm for you to take as you are walking down there.
you both look so handsome.
Oh, thanks.
They made this insignia for me. I went to the smith and they panned one out. I figured, now that I'm the inaugural member of the Court of the Unbroken Green, I figured I should have my own insignia. And, Cletus here gets to wear it too, because he's my road dog now.
You deserve it, Bert.
Yeah. Oh, well, thanks. I sure am nervous about this council, though. Boy, I hope I don't say anything stupid my first time as a court member.
I mean, I'm nervous too. I have never been to anything like this.
Well, what are you nervous? Fauna, you're great. You're going to do great. You never mess anything up.
Okay, well, that's not true, Bert, but thank you. I love that you just forgot that time that I turned into a wild
Bert
beast
says
and
as you like actively have like long kind of claws and more feral horns. Perrin, what does Perrin look like as he heads to the War Council?
Yeah, so I was just thinking that he's just kind of like new armor, and his old armor's been kind of scruffed up, and cloak has been scruffed up, and he's got these new gloves, and I think he got something else, arm things, whatever, arm guards.
bracers.
Yeah, so I think everything's just kind of like been redone with new colors to match everything else, and hopefully with non-Nightlands insignia on the armor.
Yeah.
So just lots of dark greens and woodland browns in the leather dyes and some brass things. But he's pretty much looking like his normal self, except he's clean and everything is put together.
Yeah.
And clean and shiny.
Okay. You all head into the council. It is electric with energy in here. Gathered before you are the allies that have arrived so far. Not everyone that has brought people with them, as allies with kind of like a squad or a gathering behind them. Not everyone that has done that has done it, has brought all those people into the council. So, some people just have kind of like attendants and envoys that are not present at the council. But as far as people present and represented in here, hold on, I'm going to make a roll real quick. Uru is actually not present, but standing in for him kind of at the head of the table and speaking for the LeGrande family is Regina LeGrande, Cletus's sister. Accompanying her are 6 more Athka. You see a couple look to be members of the LeGrande family, and then Atticus, a couple that you don't recognize. One very large one in particular. Atticus, one of the larger Athka you've seen, stands about, almost 9 feet tall and is, even bigger than, God, what was the name of that huge hill giant that you all met back outside of Imago? I can't remember. Yeah, Hergaburger Durga. Bigger than him. Atticus is one of the bigger hill giants you've seen. Gathered in here. Uru is not present, but like I said, Regina is representing the LeGrande family and kind of the Othka as a whole. I need to look at my ally list too, so I don't forget anyone. You also see Notori Highguard in here, your dwarven monk friend who arrived in No Blossom Falls in time to create that tether between Fauna and allow you to travel there and help in that combat. So you see Notori Highguard here, who has brought 10 monks from the Temple of the Quiet Fire. It is just Notori Highguard in here. Like the other 10 monks are on the grounds, but they're not present here at the council. I guess you see about 4 or 5 different village leaders or captains of the guard from nearby. You do not see Candor nor August, your friends from Port Amat. It's possible they hadn't quite made it yet. They would have had to pretty much get the missive and then like beat feet here to have made it on time to this council. But you'd hope they're on their way. So a few dozen people in this room, because in addition to all these people that you see, Atticus, there are 2 more. You see kind of like skulking over in the corner, but not really like sitting at a chair yet or anything, kind of just maybe trying to be a fly on the wall. You do see Vladimir Thakul, who took you up on your invite to come to the manor, and is just kind of like arrived, and as you're all showing up sort of from the corner, gives you a timid wave and then like immediately goes back to just trying to blend into the shadows. feels a little out of his depth in this place. And in addition to that, Atticus, upon your entry, you are given a note. The seal. Give me you don't have to make a history check. The seal you see is from the Olisander family, but you didn't need to see the seal to know that this letter is from Orin Olisander, because it is being presented to you by one of the red sand automatons that were the staff at the Olisander estates. As you see I should say, being kind of almost a hive mind but a figure, a representation here of the burning sands, as there are 6 of those red sand automatons here attending the council, and they hand you a note from Orin. Olisander just apologizes that he could not be present. There's a lot currently going on in Asparia, and it didn't seem wise to leave his estates, but upon receiving, knowing what you were marching down to, shortly after you all left Asparia, he decided to send out, and essentially, the Burning Sands, he mentions in there that the Burning Sands, after having pledged to be Knights of the Phoenix, requested to take the journey down to Phoenix Manor. And so almost like a happy accident that they showed up here in time for the council. And so 6, you read in here that there are 24 strong of those burning sand automatons, and there are 6 present here in the council with all of you. But as you enter Atticus, I will say notably, you also look around. Phoenix Manor is a little big. You can get lost in it. You do look around and notice that Vox and Nyx are missing. But everyone is kind of looking to you to get things started.
Yeah, Atticus looks around and looks at the party and notices Nyx and Vox aren't there, and is just they probably have their reasons, whatever. And Atticus grabs a mug and hits it with a fork or a spoon to get everyone's attention, and he's like, howdy y'all. It's nice to see some very familiar faces in here, and some new faces as well, and also some non-human beings here, and looks at the automatons, and
and Vladimir from the back. Hey, I am standing right here.
Atticus looks and is chill, Vladimir.
Forgive me.
He's like, it's been many years since we've had so many people in our halls, and all friends of the family and the house. So first and foremost, I want to say thank you for taking time out of your day and coming up here on this summons. I wish it was for better news. I wish it was for joyous times, but sadly it's not. And I can't remember, did Atticus give them, I think he still has that mask that Perrin gave him.
I think you do too. Yeah.
And he pulls out the mask and kind of puts it on a table in front of everyone to see. There's
an audible gasp that ripples throughout the room. You see several of the, a couple of the Othgar in particular, kind of scoot back from the table a little bit. Not members of the LeGrande family, but others have arrived.
Now tell me, esteemed guests, who knows of Akron?
Regina is going to stand at the far end. You call him by his name, Akron. A lot of us know him by other names. Brandon South Green, His times are always referred to as the darkness, an evergreen, ash eater. Some folks, and you see she looks at the mask and her eyes linger. Some folks, some say he's Lifebringer. As for the Althgar, well, the unbroken grain has kept him out this long. But I can't say as we lost a lot of our people to those who would call this thing a Lifebringer.
While this is going on, sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to set this down and not retroactive it. Perrin is going to be like circling the exterior of all this. He's not going to sit down. He's going to be like vibe checking people and seeing if there's weird reactions or anything that's like doesn't really sit right with them.
You can choose to give me an insight check or a perception check.
We're going perception, and that is and also guidance is a D4. $27.
Damn.
I rolled a 4 on the guidance, and I get plus 9 to perception.
Oh,
so
God. Okay. 27 is very high.
To be fair, it is a crowded room, so it's not like he sees everything all at once, but when you feel like it.
Right. Yeah. Okay, cool. You are skirting the room, kind of looking around, vibe checking everyone, but mostly like keeping eyes and ears open. In the kind of like murmuring, it's sort of like in the murmurs after Regina says what she says, you see everyone one by one. Atticus begins to grow quiet, staring at the mask, and then you do hear you're kind of feeling the moment that like you're about to tell them what you need to embark on, and everyone is kind of looking to you for that. And you hear your shield, Atticus, clear its throat.
Master Atticus, if I may, I believe what is happening here, especially after you and your friends have been oath-bound, is nothing short of historic. Perhaps before you make your request, your call to arms, as it were, you would allow me an old storyteller's boon. Perhaps a bit of poetry to recite at the inauguration.
Yeah, he's like, for sure. And then he looks at the crowd and goes, all right, I know the mask is really weird, but my mother's shield is about to tell a soliloquy. So listen up real quick and then we'll get into it, all right?
Yes, well,
Atticus is going to like prop the shield up. Like I'm guessing like, and old timey, there's like long tables, but there's like the main table that's like elevated, and he puts the shield there and he kind of just sits and starts sipping on his wine.
Shield takes a moment, clears its throat.
Yes. Let's see if I can recall. Yes. Long ago, the gods saw fit to grant us champions, formed of all the good they found in heart and hearth and kin. For horrors great in number lurked beyond the mortal realm, to gnash and rend with ill purpose the tender lives it held. So crash down, court of rising tide. Grow strong, court of quiet flowers. Turn bright the court of timeless hope, for upon us is the hour. Revived is court of valiant flame, awake, O court of guarding night. The darkness to be driven out, ere the final fight. Did I project well? How was that?
Beautiful. Beautiful, Mr. Shield.
It was okay.
The shield looks visibly dismayed for an inanimate object.
Does the shield have a name, or is it just the shield?
I do think Nyx gave the shield a name.
I forgot what it was.
Ise.
Yes.
Like a term for life and existence itself.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Atticus puts the shield down and puts his glass of wine next to him because I feel like he needs a wine for whatever reason. And he starts to talk about he basically goes into the deep dark secrets of the Phoenix family, and he's like, I respect all of you enough that you showed up, so I'm going to be as transparent as I can be with y'all. Armitage Phoenix, my father, viewed as a great man among many of your previous generations, led the house in strength and honor, but that's not the truth, and I'm here to set it straight. My father made a deal with the darkness a long time ago and renewed it sometime in my life. For the past however long, I've been plagued by visions of Okrin. I have been privy to their mission, and it's to consume not only the South Green, not your towns, not St. Florian, but Namira and Hull. And it will not stop till it does. Now I aim to set my daddy's sins straight and do what Phoenixes are known to do, which is to protect the South Green, to protect all of you, and to finally rid the world of this abomination, this false god, this Cretan. But I can't do it without all of you. This isn't just like a personal quest for me. This is to ensure safety for not the South Green, but for Namira as a whole. Now, I've taken certain steps. I've taken certain measures. I have gathered a group that I can only call divine intervention, because we renewed the courts. And the courts we created a new one and renewed the vows of the old. And Atticus kind of waits to see what the crowd reaction is to that. The word vomit he just gave.
Yeah, the amount of like murmuring and like cross speech kind of between the allies gathered here has been a lot. But as you kind of Peter aside and you talk about Atticus about creating a new court and renewing the oaths of the old court among your party members and your intention, unbidden, your allies here at this table one by one begin to stand. The very first is Notori Highguard, the leader of the Temple of the Quiet Fire, And as the dwarven woman stands up and looks to you, blonde hair braided back, beard in braids down, looks at you. Well, friend, stood with you at St. Florian. Certainly I stand with you here. It's, I'd say it's about time. All the members at this point of the Burning Sands are standing. Atticus, you see the two Othgotten here that are not members of the LeGrande family are both standing and giving you the symbol, the burning hand here at the council. Creeping up kind of in the back, Vladimir Thakul kind of comes over and places a hand on the table. I am not sure what power or resources I have to offer, but you are a friend to me, Atticus Phoenix, and so what I can do for you, I will do gladly. The last to stand, Atticus, as she does so, is Regina, and kind of the rest of the house of LeGrande is looking to her. Atticus, for a long time, our families have been aligned. One life for you, but generations for us. The LeGrandes have always believed in the Phoenixes. Your honesty here with this situation and with your father's misdeeds, I respect that honesty. Uru, unfortunately, is taking a bit of turn. Not all of us are blessed with such a long life as yourself. I will say he did present me with a list of Akron's allies. I believe you are familiar, Atticus, with the Swamp Hag, Ashmog, the Terror of Port Amant. This is perhaps chief among Akron's allies. I believe if you have this mask in your person, then you've already encountered the remnants of old. The cult bent on being ushered into whatever new era Aquan would bring, not just upon the South Green, but upon all of Namira. There is another, deep down in the bowels of the South Green. We've only heard tell of it for perhaps a week or two now, but they call it the Black Forge. And whatever artificers or smiths Akron has pledged to his service down there have been building war machines, automatons of old. Now, with these allies behind him, you would ask us to move with you, Last Phoenix, against this threat to our home and our people. I must tell you, Atticus, the Ash Eater has one more ally. And Perrin, on that 27 perception check that you got, it beats a 21 sleight of hand. And you see that the two large oaken double door exits from here, you see 2 staff members move to each, and on a 21 sleight of hand, no one else's passive perception is high enough, but Perrin, you see the doors lock to the council room.
We can't just have one nice thing.
And that is where we are going to take our break, and we will be back in 10 minutes with the second half of the session.
Time.
you
back on main session. Okay.
So I am regretting taking guidance and not bless at this point.
At this point,
Surely there's no way there's combat.
I mean, I guess, yeah, you still would have been 2 over the DC to see the, but what we are cutting to, Vox, you,
That's me.
like, the group had, oh, wait, I don't think I went and made your camera live in the overlay. Hold on. Let's fix that.
Put me in, coach.
Also, the way your
Let's
head is
do
right
it.
now with the picture behind you makes it look like you have little rabbit ears, and it's kind of great.
Just dual.
Boop, there it is.
Dual bunny
Oh, yeah,
ears?
it totally does.
This is my
Okay.
true form. What?
Cool. Uh-oh, yeah. This was a reveal that we were going to save for a different arc, but okay. Vox,
Classic.
after leaving the grotto, the party had essentially a day and a half of kind of prep time for the council to sort of wander the grounds and get up to whatever they wanted to get up to. So what would Vox be doing in those hours before the council?
What time was it getting out of the grotto?
You
Daylight,
would
nighttime?
you would almost super early, because it took hours and hours to get there, so hours and hours to get
Okay.
back out. It almost would have made
But
sense to
Riviana is
Yeah.
not there.
She's not there, and she is the council is the following evening, and so it wouldn't be until shortly after the council that she would show back up.
I think the first thing that Vox would do is go find that sketchy broom closet.
Oh
Where she
yeah,
first
yep,
encountered-
the one with the mirror.
With the mirror.
Give me we'll call it an investigation check to try. It's pretty low DC to try and find that. We're just gonna call it a 5 to try and find the same spot again.
25.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. You head right back to that little broom closet stacked with old dusty mirrors and furniture. There wasn't a lot in here when you looked last time other than that strange mirror where you saw who you now know to be the crownless king, a soul that was being harbored inside of Yorge's body until they were released.
I think that Vox... Yeah, go ahead.
You could give me, you could give me one more investigation check in this room to try and comb through it one more time and see if you find anything of
25
further...
again.
Okay. On a 25, I will actually say that you don't find anything, but hopefully the 25 kind of assures you that there was not a lot left in here to find. You do locate the same mirror and no figure, no presence in the mirror this time. And on a 25 investigation, I think it would be pretty easy for Vox to put together, yeah, perhaps it was not so much the mirror, but rather a very powerful entity reaching out to you in a way that they were capable of doing while they were present on these grounds.
And then, just out of curiosity, because it was something that we had discussed in dinner party, is Vox still injured on her hand from taking the blade and cutting her hand in her trial?
Vox, all the way back, making it out of the grotto, there were points where you had to crawl again, narrow spaces to get through and all that. The entire time you felt that pulse in your hand of the cut, because the cut is still there. Give me a perception check.
3.
Okay. On a 3, here's what you notice. Cut's still there. And you don't notice anything unusual about you made the cut. It's exactly the way that you made it. Nothing else remarkable about it, except for the fact that the smell of it, for some reason, you expect it. You're familiar with the smell of blood, and you've wrapped it up and bandaged it so you can still use the hand as freely as you would usually be able to. Doesn't smell like blood. It smells like burning wood.
Yeah, I think that Vox would have just bandaged her hand, tucked that information back in her head along with all the other weird things that have been happening here lately. I do think that regardless of her knowing that it was a high-powered entity that possessed the mirror, I think she would break it. Just the frustration of being
Yeah.
almost taken advantage of.
Yeah.
Um, and then just like lock that door behind her. Even if she needs to like lock pick it shut, that is her intention, is to keep that door locked. Not
Cool.
only so no one goes in there, but mostly to hide the shame that she broke a family mirror and her not knowing if it's important or not.
I like you breaking it, and because you got a 25 investigation there, I'm going to tell you this. You break the mirror. There was nothing in it. Nothing really that remarkable about it. But as the pieces scatter on the floor, give me an Arcana check.
That's a 19.
You can't be sure, but you remember the way that George's apparatus, that the glass in it, you remember the way that it caught the light. It was strange. Something about it didn't quite seem like normal light. And you remember George saying something about it being night glass or what, like some sort of special material, some compound. You shatter the mirror. The way that the glass shines. Same as the lens on George's apparatus.
Yeah, I think that Vox would absolutely take a couple pieces
Cool.
of this, like nothing bigger than about like yay big.
Yeah.
And but then probably she's got not her bag on her because she wasn't traveling, but just in pockets, and try to just return back to her room to decompress like everyone else needs after that.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, you take a couple pieces. I think as you're taking a couple pieces, Brightburn walks up to you and sort of sniffs it's newly now a greyhound, sniffs the pieces, glances up at you and glances back to sniffs again, and just gives a low, then turns tail and follows you out.
Really do prefer you in this form.
Brightburn just wags his tail. Big old greyhound following you around. You head back to your room to decompress, Vox. I mean, it really is now. It's the time of the council is upon you. So as you're preparing for council, one of the staff, young human woman, short, like very close cropped brown hair, brown eyes, about your height and build, wearing staff. Looks to be like a little more the apparel itself is a little more official, so maybe she's not higher up. She might just be one of the staff available for those staying at the rooms, but is dressed to maybe not necessarily attend the council, but I think all the staff here like dressed up to be wearing like official Phoenix family uniforms. What the staff would wear during events like this. Comes to check on you in your room. The council will be starting shortly. Is there anything that I can do? Do you need anything before the council?
I think I just need to figure out what to wear. Viviana kind of judged me for this. Do you have more holsters for more knives?
More holsters for more? Yeah, I think in the wardrobe here there's some minor armaments, and you see she begins shuffling through. It's actually, the wardrobe goes back pretty deep. It's almost kind of like a It's large enough and recessed into the wall that it is almost the equivalent of a walk-in closet, but in a piece of furniture that's been installed in here. She begins going through and hands you a couple harnesses. So, how long have you been with the last Phoenix?
No, Atticus? God, I mean, if you count the time in the tower, which I don't really know how time works in there, I think it's about a few months, but it feels like a year or two, maybe longer. I don't time that tower.
Well, I just I have to say I mean show my cards. I requested, being the help for your room. God, when your party showed up, you were all so cool. You were really cool.
And Vox is like smiling and nodding as she's applying more harnesses and sticking like every knife that she owns in harnesses, because now she thinks that to show up to War Council, you need to carry every weapon that you own. Because she was dressed so plainly, and Riviana was like, yeah, no. So it's every weapon. And she's even like putting a harness on Brightburn and like sticking daggers on him.
Wow. That's so cool. That's so many knives.
It's a lot less than I used to have, but it's still a good amount. Do you want one? I feel like everyone should have at least a knife.
Oh my God, for you. Yeah, I would love one. Oh my God.
Here, take this one. And she just hands her a knife.
Wow. Amazing.
So how long have you been with Sir Atticus? I'm sorry, you called him Lord Atticus earlier. That's what you guys keep calling him?
We're asked to, as staff, we're asked to refer to him or the last Phoenix. Although after the emergence from the grotto, there's been buzz going around. Was that his son?
Oh yeah, Atlas. I guess you haven't been here. I guess they're almost ancient, so you wouldn't know. Yeah, that is Atlas, named after the library was named after him.
Yeah, no, I know the story.
Back in the flesh.
Wow.
Honestly, the least crazy thing that's happened this week.
That's the least crazy thing that's happened this week is
the last Phoenix's son.
Oh, what?
Yeah, you should probably get out more, unless you like being here, in which case don't.
Oh, no, I chose to come here. I don't know. Some friends were doing it, and it seemed like a fun thing to do with my
with
I don't know.
Your
Well, I've lived in St. Florian all my life, and I guess this was my version of seeing the world go further up in the South Green.
So I spent almost my entire life in Asparia. You kind of get used to how things are in one place, but as uncomfortable as this journey's been and as crazy as it's been an enlightening experience. How different places and people can be.
Different. Yeah. Box, as you are talking with the girl, you see that she moves away from the wardrobe and over to your door. And goes to shut it.
With me inside, or is she walking out of the door?
No, she's not walking out. She's shutting you both in here.
I think we're done here. I need to head to the council.
Oh, I'm sorry. And you see she takes the knife that you've just given her and holds it up. I'm not supposed to let you leave.
And by whose rule is that?
Well, most of us get our orders from the mouthpiece. She's kind of the go-between, the life-bringer and all of us.
Look, I don't know a lot, but anything with the name The Mouth in it couldn't be trusted.
Well, be that as it may, I can't. Fox, give me a perception check.
That is a 18.
On an 18, you hear quiet, but barely, you hear footsteps outside the door of, it sounds like more than a few people arriving outside the door.
Listen here. You have about 5 seconds to tell me what's going on before I'm the thing you need to worry about.
Fair. Lifebringer, grant me life beyond death. Vox, I'm going to let you do an initiative roll-off to see if you can stop her, or you can choose not to stop her, but in this moment, the girl is going to plunge the dagger into herself.
Got a 22 initiative.
That is only, hold on, I need to pull up the stat sheet, but it's only a 3. You beat her for sure. Or is it a 2 on the die, and I think that they add 1. Do you stop her?
Yeah, I think that Vox would maneuver it so that she grabs her and kind of has her in a chokehold and backs up into a corner with her.
Awesome. Give me a grappling check. We're going to do it against her acrobatics. It's a +1 to that.
What is a grappling check?
It's an athletics check, like a contested, but she got a 5 total on her acrobatics. So all you have to do is get a 5 or higher.
Ooh, I got a 9.
Okay. You are able to hold the knife away from her. You have to let me. You have to let me. It's the only way.
Do it.
Please.
Just so many fucking crazy people here. Can't I just have a break from all this insanity? And I think that Fox is going to sleeper hold her and just try to do non-lethal choking her out.
Yeah. Give me one more. I'm gonna do one more acrobatics check to try and slip out, and you do one more athletics. Oh god, I can't even see that in the. That is a total of 13 on the acrobatics.
That was also a 13 athletics.
You do another you're able to, but as she goes limp in your arms, Vox, you see the knob to your room starts to open. Nyx, this is from your viewpoint. You're seeing these 8 figures now, all dressed like staff. They're starting to head into... Yeah.
Shove that girl in the walk-in closet that you've described to me as a walk-in closet?
Yes, for sure. Into the wardrobe.
Yeah.
You shove her in there, shut the door. Nyx, you're seeing this from the other side. Hold on. Where am I? There they are. You are seeing this from the other side. You already have mirror image up in this combat. I'm going to have both you and Vox roll initiative for me.
Do I need to roll initiative again?
No, we'll keep you. Remind me what it was. It was like a 21? 22.
I get a surprise?
Yeah, you know what? Your stealth check was high. Like, if you're choosing to act before you see them do anything, you could, as you see them open the door, you definitely could get a surprise round in on them here.
Well,
Which would just
they
function
open the
before
door,
initiative order.
and what I see is Vox with the girl, so...
I think you'd see, give me a perception check to like, or you could
okay.
give me an insight check, and we're just gonna call it a DC 10
Perfect.
to like read the intent here.
16. So
yeah, you know exactly what's going down. This is a cutthroat ambush.
So do I get like an action before everything?
You get a surprise round, which you are the only participant in, and then regular initiative order would function. So still roll initiative.
Okay.
And then
my initiative roll was a 10.
Okay. Cool. Great. And then you're getting a surprise round in this moment. There are the eight night guard ahead of you. Or
okay.
sorry, I said night guard. Staff members.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. In that case, if I see like a full attack is happening.
Yeah.
I think out of the shadows behind them, first thing that catches the light through an open window is their circlet. And then another, and then another, and then another, as for all intents and purposes, 4 Nixes step out. And they all hold out their hand towards that window. And almost like you can see like the moonlight, like it gets sucked into their hand. And with their other also drawing in almost like all the dew from outside the window as they conjure a tidal wave in this hallway and just bring it up and try and like knock everybody prone in against the wall.
Cool. That's deck save, right?
Yes.
Okay. Speed this up. I'm gonna make a single deck save for all 8 of these staff members. So we'll call them what they are. We'll make a roll for these remnants of Ord. The cult members. That is a 19 on the die, so a total of 22.
Nice. So they pass, but still get half damage, and will not get knocked prone.
Okay.
Roll that damage real quick. Use my handy dandy fast thing. So 22 damage, bludgeoning, and I don't know if this is going to have any effect now, but it's going to like extinguish flames.
Okay.
In the area.
Yeah, no flames here, so it won't have any effect on that. It's 22 before it's halved, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, cool. They all look very, very badly injured. As they like this tidal wave just takes them all out. That puts us at the top of the initiative order, Vox. It's you kind of like the door opens for you to see these 8 members out, and then you see exactly what Nyx just described as they step out of the shadows behind them, and just boom, they're all like funneled out, and a wave of water like explodes into your room, and there's eight cult members in front of you. What do you do?
Fox gets stabby. Ooh. How are we doing Brightburn? Does Brightburn get actions like bite?
No, bite can just offer because I think with familiar you have to use your action to direct Brightburn to take an attack, but Brightburn can like as a reaction, so on your turn or on anyone else's turn, once per round, offer advantage on one. So that could be advantage on one attack, advantage on a check.
Yeah.
Can Brightburn flank to always give flank attacks?
Ooh. It is a thing that familiars can't usually do. Here's what I will say. I think in the future on some level ups will allow Brightburn to do that once he gets used to being like a combat animal. So in the future, yeah, you could help you create flanking, which would be, but for now can like at least offer you advantage on one of those attacks, even without.
Yeah. I think that Vox just would now want out of this room, and seeing that Nyx is coming, following behind them, she would just go to like corner them in the doorway, get them stuck there so they're caught between the both of us.
Yeah.
And I'm going to rush towards them, take one dagger that I have, and throw it at one of their heads. And as I keep running, try to hit another one and like the throat with another dagger.
Okay, cool. First two, give me attack rolls on both of them, and you can save that advantage. You can put it on one of these attacks too if you want.
Let's see. Give me 1 second to add a basic. The first attack is a 21.
Oh, that hits.
And the second one is a 14.
That one actually also hits. I will also say, Nyx, just so you know, you're on deck. You're going to be next right after Vox in the initiative order again. But yeah, that's two hits. Do you want to roll damage on him?
Yes, I do. 7 each.
Okay. That is a net year. That's finishing off 2 of these cult members before they can do a thing.
And I would also actually like to action surge right now to get out of this room.
Yeah.
And go for
Go
2
for
more.
It. Yeah. Keep making those attack rolls.
All right, let's see. First one is a 20.
Hits.
Second one is a 24.
Also hits.
I'm going to add sneak attack and use that advantage that I have. Let's see. This one is 4 points. That's 5, so that's 9. And then 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 plus 9.
Okay. Yeah, that's 2 more. You already half these cult members are toast. And you have kind of made it out now into the hallway. Fox just making making quick knife work of these remnants.
Fox is just gonna kind of look at Nyx and be like, "What the fuck is this?"
Yeah, Nyx, it's your turn. There's 4 of them left.
Oh, fuck. Is it possible, I don't know mechanically if I can do this, is it possible to not do an action on my turn and hold it and be able to use it as a reaction?
You would have to say specifically what you want it to be a reaction to.
Yes. Okay. Because I think after the initial, Vox is already cleaving through all of them. but there's still like staff members. Nyx doesn't know what is going on, why they're trying to attack. They're just trying to defend Vox. And I think, especially Vox asking, like, what the fuck is going on? Like, they're just going to shout to the 4 that are left. Okay. Stand down, or I will bring this wave down on your head again.
One of the members looks to you. There is a darkness in their eyes, Nyx. Without hesitation, they are going to like pull a knife out from their uniform and raise it. All hail the laugh bringer. And
yeah, okay, they're going for it.
Yeah.
Take number 2. Almost like whipping up the residual water that's still like kind of dissipating on the ground. They're just gonna like circle it back down and crush. So another dex save.
Yeah, I'll roll that dex save for him. That's gonna be a failure. That's a 12 total.
That's 25 damage, and if they're not dead, they're knocked prone.
No, they're all dead.
Okay.
Yeah, the 2 of you make quick work of this little ambush squad.
The fuck was that?
Are you okay? Did they get to you?
No, I'm fine. The only one that got to me was the one who tried to kill herself, and I knocked her out and shoved her in the fucking closet.
Smart. So you left one alive. Good. We should probably restrain her quickly. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but this is clearly an ambush. We need to get to the others immediately.
Are they in the council meeting already?
Well, it's about time for the summons, so I would assume. We're certainly going to be late. And Nyx is going to kind of gesture for like Vox to go like secure, like make sure that she's still out, and they're going to quickly pat down the pockets of some of the bodies in front of them and see if they can like figure out any information or find anything useful.
Both of you give me an investigation check. I will say, like, if you're trying to do this in a rush and go to the council, you can either take your time and roll the investigation. Both of you can roll it flat, or you can like speed, like make things speedy, but you're rolling the investigation at disadvantage.
They're going to be quick, so disadvantage. I'll take that.
Okay. Roll with disadvantage. First one was a nat 20.
Nice. It's an 8 and an 18, so I got an 8.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 for the second one. That's the disadvantage.
Little Miss Sticky Fingers.
23 investigation. All of them have a knife, including like the one that was in the room with you, Vox, also has a knife on her. She's still unconscious. You can.
That wasn't my knife.
Find her pretty quick. That was your knife. She already had a knife on her, but then you gave her a knife. You see that
tie her up, leave her in the closet, and take both knives.
Great. So you can now put in your inventory, because all of these other bodies, they all have a knife. You can see all of them. The weight is light. The handle seems to almost be made out of some charred fragment of bone or something like that. But all of these knives are also like they're hollow. So almost 25 investigation seem like pieces of very large bird bone. But they are all black and charred. The blade as well. It's made out of some kind of iron, but like black and charged. Crudely formed, but sharp and effective. You can take as many of these daggers as you want. There's 9 of them here.
Well, how many does Nyx want to take? Because Vox will take the rest.
Nyx is just going to take 1.
Vox has
more so to study it than.
Okay.
Vox
you do that.
Loads up on these. I also want to make sure that this girl in the closet is gagged, because I don't want her speaking to whatever kind of entity she was praying to.
Totally. Okay. You get all this done, and you are heading for the council room. We are cutting back now to the council room. Piran, you see the staff members locking both doors. Your only exits from the war room.
I'm assuming I get a couple seconds to do something here since I noticed that they were setting up for this.
Yep.
Parent is going to whisper to Amos, tell Atticus and Fauna to close their eyes when I do this. And sends her off to fly over to them.
Amos, is going to flit out, like, in the few seconds, both Atticus and Fauna, like, you're kind of standing right there with Atticus. Amos is going to land on your shoulder, and in that little bird voice, just barely audible enough for both of you, Pen says to close your eyes.
How many
Amos talk again?
Apparently just successfully did it, so.
Okay, just...
I wasn't going to ask clarifying questions.
Atticus closes his eyes and calls to his armor.
How many of the staff are in the room right now?
Let's see. Along with the 4 that locked the doors, 9 total.
Okay, Perrin is just immediately, based on how things have gone in the past, I don't feel like this is me metagaming the fact that you just did a whole fight scene. I think Perrin is immediately going to assume Atticus has been gone for a long time. The staff is acting suspicious. I immediately don't trust anyone on staff here. And also, he was already kind of weirded out about when they first arrived. He felt like everyone was a little too like, oh, hail Atticus. And he's like, don't you guys have things to do? You're weird. So I am going to cast... I'm going to cast Thaumaturgy and jump up onto a table. And so his voice is going to boom up to 3 times as loud as normal with... I think I can also instantaneously cause a harmless sound, like a rumble of thunder. So there's like an undercurrent of thunder. And he's gonna... His new armor and his new tunic has like an asymmetrical tunic. And he's gonna whip that open. And on the inside of that, he has his... he has the cloak fragment that Atticus gave him once sewn into like a panel there. And he also has his... deputy badge from Imago, and he's going to shout out, I need everyone's attention right now, because there's a very serious danger in the room right here. And he's going to point up, and assuming you let me get away with this many things in a row, I'm going to cast Hypnotic Pattern right above me.
Ooh. Okay. I mean, that's everyone in the room except for Atticus and Fauna, who know to shield their eyes.
I shield Atlas's eyes, too.
Did you want Atlas at the War Council? Because otherwise Atlas would have been in the library. I guess we didn't clarify.
Yeah, I had a whole other thing I was going to do with Atlas, but we got real murdery in here.
What about Bert and Cletus?
Bert and Cletus are in here, too.
Yeah, I just didn't have Amos warn everybody, so those 2 are not warned.
I'm gonna make. Is it dexterity saves or wisdom saves?
Must make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, cool. I am gonna do one thing real quick because Cletus is gonna notice Amos' perceptive guy. He's gonna notice Amos flitting to right next to you, Fauna. I'm just gonna make a perception check real quick for Cletus. Cletus in like on a God, that perception was high. It's over 20 with his like sees both of you like go to shut your eyes and claps his hand over Bert's eyes and is going to shut his eyes as well. Sorry, and you said it was
I can communicate it to the cat, right?
Yeah. You said is the cat at the council with you?
Oh yeah,
cool.
For sure.
Sorry, you said it was a wisdom save for Hypnotic Pattern? Okay, cool. Okay, I'm going to make a few saves. I'm going to make one save for all the staff members in here. Total of 19 with a 19 on the die for the staff members. Regina. God, these dice are on fire.
Can vampires be hypnotized? Because
That's
don't they hypnotize?
They can, but they can be hypnotized. God, Regina's is an 18 plus 5, so a 23 for her wisdom save. I'm just going to roll for the other LeGrande family members. You're kidding. A natural 20 for the other LeGrande family members. This dice is wild. The other two off.
Your plan is backfiring.
That is only a 4. So the two Othgod that are not LeGrande family members, they're transfixed by the pattern. Who does that leave in the room? That leaves Notori and her monk escort. So, what's your DC? Just so I know. And I can
16.
Okay, cool. Notori beats it, so Notori and her monk escort are good. Let's roll for Vlad. Vlad got a 4 on the die for a total.
Classic Vlad.
For a total of 8. So Vlad looks up. Oh dear, what a threat! That's Vlad. Did I get everyone in the room? The burning sands. I'll roll for them. God, there's so many people in this room. 6 for the burning. All of the automatons immediately draw their gaze to the pattern. Are transfixed. I think I have remembered everyone in the room, and if I learn that I've forgotten, then I will roll for them when I remember. But I'm pretty sure that is everyone. So currently transfixed, you have the 2 hill giants that are not LeGrande family members. Vladimir, and all of the red sand.
I didn't get any of the staff. They just all pass as a bulk crew.
Yeah.
Whack.
Is Odell one of the LeGrande members that's here or no?
Odell is not here.
Okay.
So yeah, that's Atticus, your staff sucks. Look out for them. They're locking the doors.
Atticus, do you have a reaction to that? Regina's still standing Regina's standing at the far end of the table.
Oh, and Perrin's assembling his weapon and lighting incense on top of the table.
I kind of look at Bert. I look at Bert, Cletus, Fauna, and are like, kind of. I just tell them like, go look at that because I want to hear what was it Alice or who was about to tell me the last.
Regina, Cletus's sister, Regina.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna stare at Regina and like wait for their response as I go. Did my armor come to me when I thought I needed it? Okay.
You are wearing your armor now, staring down Regina across the table. I think the staff members have locked the doors, but Cletus and Bert immediately go to like start not squaring up, but kind of like stepping to like those staff members that are on the doors, just sort of like getting in position. Perrin, you are on the table assembling your weapon. What is Fauna going to do in this moment? As this interaction is about to take place.
I was just looking it up. Fauna's going to. I mean, she doesn't really know exactly what's happening, but clearly something is sus. Perrin is upset. She's going to cast her new spell that she just learned. We're all standing close together, right? Or, I mean, I guess maybe except Perrin, who's on the table.
Yeah, Perrin is not next to you, and Cletus and Bert did just walk away to go square off with staff members, but if you start casting the spell, it is you here, Atticus, and Atlas is also right here as well.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to cast Circle Awesomeness, or whatever it's called.
Magic Circle.
And Magic Circle.
I mean, to be clear, the magic circle only works on certain creature types. So you would have learned that when you learned it.
Yeah, so you would have to
Celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead.
But you can include as many of those as you want.
Sorry, I hadn't read that far down on the thing.
That's okay. Fauna did, though, and that's the important part.
Here's what I'll let you do, because Fauna, I
don't
think you're
think
trying
any
to...
of those types of people are here right now, are they?
Not really. Here's what I will allow you to do, especially because you're an abjuration witch. If you're trying to protect here, like, the party would be free to step outside the circle if they want. Here's what I will allow. If you can hit an Arcana check of DC 15, I will allow you to basically like use this to keep the three of you safe within this, or like nothing that you bid can enter into this circle. But I will say that regardless of whether you hit the Arcana check or not, it's up to you if you want to do it. Regardless of whether you hit the Arcana check, you will use the spell slot. It just won't function the way that you want it to.
Yeah, okay. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, I got 17.
Okay, that hits it. I will also, with your new function, you're casting a spell, roll a D100 for me.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Sorry, guys. Although it might help us, we don't know yet.
Might, yeah. I will also say it takes a minute to cast this. So like, Atticus, you kind of see that Fauna is like up to something, and so it also does work in your favor to kind of like draw out whatever is happening.
Yeah, presumably you're like, this is all happening while Perrin is carrying on too.
Yep,
which is
totally.
A multi.
Yeah. I take a step in front of Fauna, and I like skirt Atlas behind me.
I think Perrin will lean into, by the way, noticing that he did not have the effect he wanted. He's just gonna lean into what he's already said. The staff sucks. They didn't give me jam on my biscuits. They're terrible. They're murdering my breakfast experience. And we all might die because of our bad service. Atticus, which you should solve.
Really quick, remind me how to
service.
Remind me how to do 100 again. I just roll this one twice, and then
the first roll will be your like larger digit, your tens digit, and then the second will be your singles digit.
Okay.
I'm just. Can I make an insight check on Regina while this is going down?
For sure, yeah.
What does it mean if I get the 00 on the first roll?
Oh, that has.
It's 1 to 10.
It's 1 to 10, yeah.
Okay. Okay, then I got 5.
Okay.
18 on insight.
Okay. 18 on insight. I will do, because this is going to, as you're sort of like casting the spell over the course of a minute, I will kind of like narrate the wellspring effect that happens to Fauna. But Atticus, with an 18 on insight, you look down the table. You see Regina staring you down. Sister of Cletus, an ally, someone that you've known since they were born. And you knew her parents and her parents' parents. And before that. In the last 100 years, though, Atticus has not spent a lot of that time in the South Green. Ever since losing Atlas, you didn't come back to the South Green as often. Especially didn't come back to the manor as often. You had the instance where you slayed that child of the Asnoth and reclaimed your mother's sword, and at that point you came back, had a proper funeral, claimed your mother's sword. From time to time you'd come back and check in on the manor and see how it was going, but Cletus was with you for a lot of that. Cletus went on a lot of those adventures, especially over like the last 100 years or more. Regina was always here in Solasah. And as you look into her eyes across the table, you see someone, just a black rage, staring you down. She looks up at the pattern for a second and then is going to look across the table at you, Atticus. You spent a life gallivanting off around the mirror, and my people believed you a hero. But every time you had the chance to stay in the South Green and fight for us, you left. Dead mother, dead son, a lost sword, ruins of a home. There was always a reason to go bury yourself in an adventure somewhere else. Well, all hail the last phoenix, my people would say. But where were you when the fawn tore into the sacred western edge of the unbroken green for profit and power? Where were you when Ashmore brought her blight to Solasar? When my mother and father died fighting so that our land wouldn't be swallowed in the filth of swamp covens? And the worst thing, you took my brother, my best friend. For nearly 50 years, you left the South Green to play the hero elsewhere. And when you came back to face your past, it got him killed in St. Florian. And you left again. Who do you think dug his body out of the wreckage? Last Phoenix. Who do you think gave a piece of themselves to the Ash Eater just so she could see the ghost of her brother walk the world again?
Yeah, Atticus is like hearing all this, and he looks down, looks at Cletus, and then looks back at Regina. Yeah, and just says, how hard did you have to twist your morals to succumb to something like this?
Atticus Cletus at this point has like fully turned, and just arms by, like, you hear behind you two short swords drop to the ground, just kind of clatter as Cletus is just staring down the table at his sister. Regina, what are you?
Perrin cast Hunter's Mark on Regina.
Does Regina know that Cletus isn't under the curse of the bird guy? Okay.
Atticus, my morals are intact. I did the only thing I knew how to do to keep my home safe. I made a bargain.
You think I was just playing grab ass out in Namira? Do you think that the South Green is the only place that needs protection?
We needed you. Everyone at home, my family, the Othgar, we treated you like heroes. And you left us. This darkness that's part of your family has been growing here in the South Green for centuries, and you left to go wander the world. And after all those long years of blessed life, centuries, while small lives here fought against the growing darkness. And you made a joke of our sacrifice by getting your life from the same darkness that eats away at ours.
So your answer is to succumb to that? You're making a lot of assumptions, Regina. And not once did you ever think to reach out?
You got my brother killed.
Atticus draws his sword.
I really like the part where you completely disregard your brother's free will, where he like volunteered to be a part of something he believed in, and you were like, no, fuck that. I know better than my brother does, but I'm gonna speak for him. You're kind of a dick.
Atticus looks at Regina and like you just see like a coldness in Atticus, and it's you can either kneel and be remembered as one of the great LeGrandes or die a traitor. Not just to the South Green, to Nymeria.
Well, last Phoenix, you should have kept your house in order. Everyone go ahead and roll initiative in the room. I will say at this point, Fauna, you've finished casting Magic Circle, so it is around you, Atlas, and Atticus. It will keep out like the people in this room who are trying to do you harm. But you can choose to step outside of it at any time. The circle remains here. You can pass in and out of it freely. In addition to this, though, as this has been happening and is perhaps with your roll on the Wellspring Magic chart, it is perhaps accurate to the tone of what is going on. The entire time you've been making this Magic Circle, Fauna, a small green cloud has slowly been coming into shape above your head near the ceiling. And as you finish the ritual to cast Magic Circle, it begins pouring down rain just here in the Magic Circle.
Nice.
Yeah.
Could I get that here? I could use that in real life.
I rolled a 25.
25 for initiative. Okay. Hold on. Let me get out my combat chart. Atticus, you're at a 25.
I got 14.
Okay.
24.
Okay.
Do I have any control over this rain cloud, or it's just there?
No, just
like,
there.
Can I make it move around or like do anything with it?
Nope.
Okay.
It's just here in the circle raining down. So, I mean, at this point, yeah, you're all soaking wet, including you, Atticus. It's just pouring down rain in this magic circle. God, that is only a 10 for the cult members, so it's going to put them here.
Can people who are on our side that were outside the circle when it was formed come into the circle if they want to, or only the people that were in the circle when it was formed can go in and out of it?
Anyone can go in and out of it, actually, that isn't who you dictate. So because you got that high enough Arcana check, you're protected from threats in this. So technically the ones that aren't a threat to you can come and go freely from the circle. Cool. Is what I'm going to say. So you have created kind of this little tower defense here. That was an 11 for the other Othga. Hold on. I gotta organize these charts a little bit. Okay. That gives them a 12.
God, I feel so bad. But yeah, I was just like, you can kneel and be beheaded, or and die with your memory, your legacy intact, or die a traitor.
Very Daenerys of you. Okay.
The House of the Phoenix is a draconian house at the end of the day. They are like an ancient house.
Yeah. Okay, that is only an 8 for Regina for a total of 11. That puts her there. You do have allies in the space, though. Notori. Oh, God. That's not good for Notori, though. Notori is at a 5. Who else am I forgetting? Nope. Vlad's in the Hypnotic Gaze. The other Othgod that aren't part of the House of LeGrande are in the Hypnotic Gaze. I think that is... I think that is everyone. Okay. Let's get this on the road. Atticus, that's you at the top of the initiative order.
How far is Regina away?
Ooh, into this table, it's about a 30, we'll say it's a 30-foot table. You can clear the distance in a turn.
Yeah, Atticus is going to rush her, and he is going to attempt to basically like chokeslam her into the ground.
Okay. Yeah. Give me an athletics check.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I left my shield behind. But whatever.
It's going to be contested. Let's see. Regina gets a plus... Well, she'll use acrobatics, so she's getting a +7 to this roll to try and escape the...
So this is an attack roll, right? Like I rolled a 19.
It counts as an attack. It wouldn't count as a critical, I don't think. Well, no, it's not just with your weapon, huh? But it's still... Yeah, it's an athletics check instead of specifically an attack roll. But I mean,
it's 27 then.
Yeah, you beat her. She got a lot lower than that. And you still, I mean, when you make an athletics check, you still, like, it counts as one of your attacks. So as a fighter, you've still got more attack. You can use them how you want, but you've got, like, tell me how you pen Regina.
Yeah, Atticus basically like leaps and just like she probably like tried to put like an arm up, but he just immediately moves out of the way and just like slams her on the ground. And he brings his sword up to just like gut her like right through the chest.
Damn. Okay. You're doing it with advantage because she's prone now. So go ahead and give me an attack roll with advantage.
So I rolled a 19, which is a crit for my fighter.
Does Cletus or the other hill giants try to stop you?
I mean, it's not their turn in initiative order.
Oh no.
Sorry. I just roll. So I rolled double, right, for a crit. It's been so long.
Yeah, roll twice the amount of dice. Yep. Okay. But you're getting to use the full damage of your sword because you can use it two-handed and you're not wielding your shield right now.
That is going to be 38 damage.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
I'm gonna action surge as well.
Yeah, go for it.
And I'm gonna try something funky. As I like gut her with the sword, I want to start channeling the spell that lets me see like the history of whatever it's in. And it currently is in Regina.
Okay. Here's what I will say. I love this move. There's that time-based ritual on the sword. I think it got whittled down to but it still does take a minute. But here's what I'll say. This sword, I will allow the sword not to have to remain in her for a minute. you won't get the picture in this moment yet that it will give you, but you will eventually get it. Like you're capturing it in this moment to basically like watch back later in your sword.
Okay. So that will be one of my actions for the action surge.
Yep.
Like naughty. Okay, I'll take that. Atticus is gonna bring his sword up again and like look at Regina, but say like there's still a way out. Kneel.
Yeah, you've
and tell me everything.
Fully gone through, and then like give me an insight check.
Woof. This is probably the most brutal you all have ever seen Atticus. Like, just as savage.
I like that his sword is through a person and he's like, you can still surrender.
Yeah, I mean, they can be healed.
Like, you cleared some of the vital ore, so it's like through, like kind of through the side right now.
I feel like you're like picking her up on the sword and you're like, you could go ahead and kneel at any time.
Yeah. 8 plus 8, so 16 on insight.
You look in Regina's eyes.
Oh, I'm sorry, not 8 plus 8. It's 8 plus 5. My bad. I was looking at a different
13.
stat. So 13.
You look in Regina's eyes. All you see is the pain of years fighting alone, and every time she looked to her side, you were there. Cletus wasn't there. I mean, there were the rare few times that you came back through the South Green and showed up just in time to win but for every small fight, every swamp coven that came too close to Solasaw, the remnants, or like these cultmen, they've been around for a while now, causing every time those happened, you weren't there. And Regina, I think you realize that, like, in this moment, like, you're looking at someone who, like, the last straw for them was losing her brother. And whether it had been planned before then, or whether that was the moment of, like, breaking and her allegiance changing, it was the promise of somehow being able to get her brother back, even if as a shell or something else, that like she made a bargain to see her brother again, and she just looks at you and she doesn't say anything.
So for my final attack on this action surge, Atticus is going to bring his sword up and he's going to, like, say he wasn't the only one that fell on that battlefield. And if I could have traded places and your brother rose, I would have taken that trade in a heartbeat. But here we are. And he's going to bring his sword down again for the final attack.
Roll it with advantage. She's still prone.
That is going to be 26 to hit.
Oh, that hits. Roll damage.
$20 on that second one.
From behind you across the table, Atticus, you hear Cletus. Atticus, no! How do you finish Regina LeGrande?
Just clean sweep of the head.
Atticus, as you do this, make me two Constitution saving throws. Oh, you
You're
might
muted.
Yep, you're muted.
First one was 11. Second one was 18.
Okay.
Did I fail one of them?
You failed the first one.
Okay. I'm going to use Indomitable then.
Okay.
To re-roll that one.
Okay. Then you are going to take, on that first one, go ahead and re-roll it.
Okay. $15 on the second one. Or
Okay.
on the re-roll.
Yeah, that's a save. You're going to take 29 points of necrotic damage halved to 14, and then another 11 points of necrotic damage halved to 5. So a total of 20 points of necrotic damage. It's some kind of like spell effect that is like basically happening the damage up. You feel Atticus the Phoenix Rot burn into your arm and spread up as you see ash just begins to flow off the skin of Regina in this space. I'm gonna roll a little Constitution save here just to see if she gets a last word or not. And I'm gonna say she's gonna need to get a 15 or higher on the Constitution save.
We can't do anything because it's not our turn in initiative order yet.
No.
Sorry, I went.
Not unless anyone has a reaction.
What if I have a ritual that...
Aren't you actively casting a spell right now?
I don't know, is this happening? I thought that
up
was
into
done.
the beginning, up until the beginning of the initiative order you were, but the ritual would have to be like as a reaction you can use. Like it would have to have the reaction statement in it.
Got it.
Oh, because you're talking about Death Ward. I think
Does
in this
the rituals specify if they're an action or a reaction or anything, because they're just like a thing you already did.
Yeah, I think it's also choose with, and I'm gonna like you're within the bounds of the. Here's. I think you're also.
I mean, it
within,
does
yeah,
say
you're
a member of the party.
A member of the
but...
party, and I think you're also within a magic circle that you have expressly said anyone who wishes the party, like so, to reach, like you'd be counteracting your own ritual here almost to like try and reach out beyond the bounds of that to help someone who's fair. In this moment not your ally.
I feel so bad.
Atticus, as you swing the sword down, Regina is looking up at you. Don't let him die again. And you take her head clean off.
Never felt bad about killing an enemy before.
And I still don't.
As the head falls to the floor, Atticus, from behind you, you hear that thump of it hitting the floor. In echo, you hear another thump as Cletus falls to his knees behind you. Atticus, that is your turn. Perrin,
sorry.
It's you.
What is the largest clump of staff members that are within 35 to 50 feet of Perrin?
Ooh, let's do this. I'm going to say there, there's a total of 9, and 4 of those are tied up. 4 of those members are tied, like 2 at each door. So that leaves 5. I'm just gonna roll a d6 and see how high it goes to see how high the biggest cluster, how many of it includes. There are 4 of them, and I think they're all going to kind of be gathered, almost like flanking Regina, kind of fanned out behind her.
I'm 30-ish feet away.
Yeah, because you're in the middle of the table, and we said that. So like Atticus ran by you to get to Regina.
Yeah.
So you're half the distance.
Remember that scene in Kill Bill where what's-her-face has her chain mace and she runs down the table? Wait, no, I'm mixing 2 scenes up. Somebody runs on a table and
You're
kills
talking about Go.
Yeah.
First of all, use her name.
So Perrin runs down the table and he jumps and spins in the air. And at the same time he does this, Amos is going to cast Zephyr Strike. So Perrin is going to do 2 attacks, and as he hits the ground, we'll do some other stuff. So Zephyr Strike will come into play later, but it adds some extra damage.
Okay.
So he'll attack one of them.
Okay. Yeah, give me that attack roll.
What?
Also, hi, Raiders.
Oh, hi, Raiders.
Hi, Raiders.
Welcome. Dork Tails? Is that what that says? Dork Tails, welcome. Hello, everyone. We are just in the middle of a little combat. Atticus, Sean just killed their old friend that they are feeling sad about. But welcome, Raiders.
Yeah, I just killed my best friend's sister, and
and he's
feel pretty sad about it.
And now we're about to kill his home's staff, who's betrayed us.
Yeah.
She betrayed us, but our DM did a good job of making me feel like awful for her.
Okay, so
I mean, you also didn't have to kill her.
You did. Have we heard about redemption?
I told her she could kneel and die with her legacy intact, or she could die a traitor, and she chose the latter.
Made her choice.
This is definitely the talk back for later, because we're going to discuss this moment, I'm sure. You're going for that group of 5.
Runs down the table, jumps, and spins. He's going to aim for the one in the middle. Group of 5 or 4? Make up your mind now. I'm gonna hold
I did say 4. Group of 4.
Okay.
Yep.
So he's gonna aim for the one closest to the center with Ornament of Rights. So the chain has swung out behind him. He's got, I don't know, roughly 10 feet of chain trailing out behind him, and he's gonna jump through the air and kind of spin attack on that guy.
Cool.
And that is what is that? I scrolled to the other screen so I could see the Raider's name plus 9? Is that how my weapon goes? Yeah, I played that other character. I don't know what's going on. 27 to hit.
27 hits.
Okay, so as he hits, I'm going to also use my slashing flourish, which allows me to use my bardic inspiration to cause damage, to deal extra damage to any other creature of my choice within 5 feet of me. I think that only applies to one, unless you want it to apply to everyone.
Any creature... Yeah, because it doesn't say any creatures. So you apply it to one other next to him.
Yeah, so he'll apply it to the next one over, but he's trying to land in the middle of them.
Okay, great. Give me the damage rolls.
Okay. 15. 26 for the main target and 8 for the second.
Okay. That one in the center that you hit first, what does it look like as you do away with him?
Yeah, I think that person was not looking at Perrin. I think they were looking at what was going on with Atticus. And as is Perrin's usual thing, he's going for the head. So I think Perrin jumps down, and that person kind of looks up, and the head Ornament of Rights is like a chain weapon. Raiders. I think that the end of that chain just hits them right in the noggin and splatters onto everyone else in the circle, which I think causes them all to look in and be like, "Oh no!"
Yeah.
And as that hits, Perrin's like, Perrin's probably doing some kind of cartwheel off the table, and as he hits the ground, he's gonna spin the end of the handle around and hit someone else in the head, and that will be the second damage.
Conk. Yep. Okay, cool. That's 8 damage on the bonk. Do you get 2 attacks per turn? I can't remember.
Yes, I do. I have extra attack.
Cool. Go for it.
16 plus 9, 25.
25.
Oh, yeah. Also, I have advantage on these. I should have rolled for crit. That's fine.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
25. I don't get Colossus Slayer on this, but I do get that, and that. 23.
Okay. 23. Are you doing that to a new one or the one you bonked
That would
already?
be a brand new one. Yeah.
Okay.
So a third person.
Tell me how you wipe them out.
Basically, yeah. I think as he spins around, he whips the chain around their neck, and he does one of his head snap motions.
Yep.
I think I'm gonna use another blade flourish. Can I use that on my second attack? Because it says whenever you take the attack action. I think we decided that we could.
Yeah, I think you can. I think you can throw it because with a battlement, like with maneuvers and stuff, you can throw them on each attack.
Okay. So I'm going to use a second slot of Bardic Inspiration, and that one will be for defensive flourish.
Cool.
So that's going to give me additional AC.
Awesome.
That will be 8 additional damage, but also 8 additional AC.
God. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean that one's already iced it. So you've taken out 2 of them and done damage to a third. So there are now only 2 left standing here in this group. Another one in the room. 2 more at each door. Regina is gone.
I think Perrin is just continuing to spin Ornament of Rights around him, and that's how he gets this extra AC. Is it's basically just like a constant spinning web around him.
Cool. Perrin, that's you. Cletus is not taking his turn. He is just like on his knees, just like staring at he's checked out. He's just staring at the far end of the table. It is Bert's turn. Bert is going to like leap into action and attack one of these cult members. So 1 hit and 1 miss. 6 damage to 1. Okay. That is Bert. Fauna, that's your turn.
Okay, so Atticus left the circle. Is it just me and Atlas in the circle now?
Just you and Atlas in the circle.
Okay. I don't want to leave Atlas, because we went through so much to get Atlas back. Don't want to immediately lose him.
Yeah. You can cast spells from within the magic circle, though. I will say it doesn't prevent you.
I just murdered someone in front of my child.
Listen, he's got to grow up sometime.
He's 12
also,
years
this
old.
is
He's
for
got to
sure
grow
not
up
the first
sometime.
time Atticus has murdered someone in front of Atlas. When Atlas was like 3 years old, Atticus was like, "All right, we're gonna go to a beheading. Come with me."
God. Oh.
I think I'm going to. So, are there any like groups still?
So now they're all kind of split. There's a single. There is the 4. I will say that there's the 4 Othgal like right kind of gathered. They were sitting at the table on either side of Regina. So they're within 15 feet of each, but there's 2 of them in each. There's two staff members at each door, so 2 and 2. I think the biggest groups right now are all groups of 2.
Okay. Are the Othgal like making them? Does it seem like they're going to
give me an insight check?
retaliate?
Yeah, give me an insight check.
their leader was murdered. Like, I'm curious if they were just doing it because Regina is kind of like the head of the family, or if they're doing it because they're also like under the thrall of.
Totally. Yeah. Give me an insight check.
That's not very good. 17. I guess it's not that bad.
Yeah, 17's not that
17.
bad. Yeah, so which I think because you can't get lower than a 10 with your ability.
Well, I said not very good because the roll in the die wasn't very good, but I forgot my insight is pretty high. So.
Yep. What was the roll though? Because with that insight ability, it's not your total. It's if you roll anything lower than a 10, the roll counts as a 10.
Oh, really?
Yeah, with your insight as a witch.
Then it's just a 10 because it was 8 on the die.
So then it 10 plus your insight bonus still.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So
yeah, then it'd be
19. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. On a 19, they are. I mean, they haven't taken their turns yet. They're with Regina. Like.
Okay.
Yeah. They're not on your team.
I think that Fauna is torn because like it's still Cletus's family. So until they make a move on her or the circle, or I think she's going to hold back on that. But she is going to aim for the two at the door that is closest. That are like
cool.
blocking
the closest
the door.
is the one behind you that Bert just attacked one of them, but there's two, right behind you.
Two guys. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm going to call down Moonbeam on the two guys that are at the door.
Cool. I will make Constitution saving throws for them. They're both going to fail. That's a 4 and an 8 on the die. And they get +0. Roll the damage for it. And then once you roll the damage, also roll for me on the Wellspring chart.
Yeah. Okay, well that was 10 on the first one. Okay, 13. Oh no, that's on. Yeah, 13.
Okay. One of them is just immediately vaporized in the silvery light. The one that Bert had already attacked. The other one looks very, very badly hurt. And roll a D100 for me on the thing. For your Wellspring effect.
Oh, shit. 13.
Okay. 13. Where did the Wellspring chart go? There it is. Okay, Fauna. It's against the somewhat more like intense tone that is happening in this, but your hair becomes a tangle of lichen and stringy moss. This lasts for 2d4 hours or until you sneeze.
Sweet.
So go ahead and roll 2d4.
Six.
Great. 6 hours. You feel it just like scratching against your neck as
Fauna, what the fuck?
We'll talk about it later.
Are you good?
I'm good.
Okay. Vox and Nyx, you are rushing to the council room. As both of you run, go ahead and give me perception checks.
22.
Boy, am I glad you got a 22 because I got a 9.
Okay.
Also, as they run, their hood is down, but they pull their mask up over their nose and mouth.
Cool. Both of you running is eerily silent in the manor. Usually there would be like staff milling about. It's that time of day. No one seems to be at their post or position. There's a moment as the two of you are running where you glance out a window in a hall. You know, you're two stories up, so it's sort of this suspended arch in the manor where it's just a corridor with windows on either side and you can see out into the grounds. Nyx, you glimpse dozens of staff members all out on the grounds, like getting ready to form they're starting to almost form a ring around the manor. You see them joining up. A lot of them are beginning to chant. Behind them, in the shadows of the trees, you see a massive shape move. And as it just for a moment catches, it's kind of evening light as the sun is starting to get low, you see... Give me a history check real quick.
17.
17. Nyx, you remember reading stories of the ancient war automaton made. A lot of them, these designs were repurposed, and these histories fascinated you as a child, so you read up a lot on these, but constructs of old. A lot of them were repurposed after the 100-Year War of the Courts to facilitate mining operations in eastern Namira. But what you are looking at now, a little larger than you remember the old automaton being described, and just like, there's no shine to it. It just looks like it's made out of this dense black iron that it's like light can barely catch it. So it is just this hulking shadow, a good almost 20 feet high out in the tree line near the manor. I'm going to say that because the two of you rushed, you're getting to the room in time to join this last round here. Both of your initiatives were high enough that you can the earlier initiatives that you rolled, both of them are high enough that technically both of you would get to go next before any of the remaining LeGrandes, or any of the other cult members. So as you get to this, I will need, though, the doors are locked, so in order to get in here, I think Vox had the higher initiative. So Vox, you can either make a strength check to try and bust the door down, or you can make a thieves tools check to try and pick the lock to get in here quick. But either one of those things will take your action to do it.
Vox, knowing that she's got to get in there quickly, because I'm assuming you could hear just crashing in there.
Yeah.
I'm going to use Giant Smite, and I am just going to push through that door as
okay.
Just throw my body.
Yeah, Giant Smite gives you what's the strength boost on that?
I have advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws.
Cool. Give me an athletics check with advantage. I will tell you that to bust down the door, it's higher. You are going to need... What am I going to set the DC at? I mean, these are big double doors that are locked. I'm going to set the DC at an 18 to get through, but you're rolling with advantage.
If I also throw my weight against it, will that...
Already Vox is getting advantage, but if you want to sacrifice your action to do this in tandem with Nyx, I will lower the DC to you can roll me a D6 to lower the DC by that much if you want to sacrifice your action to do it.
Athletics.
I think they're gonna trust Fox and just
Okay.
kind of like brace behind,
Cool.
and start summoning their spell.
Okay.
Fox got an 18.
Fox, it's just enough. You harness that strength, smash through the doors. Nyx, you are ready to go. I mean, Vox, it's just an athletics check, like as you're running. I mean, I guess it's kind of an attack on the door. Do you get 2 attacks? I can't remember how many levels you've taken in Fighter. Do you have an extra attack, or do you just have the single?
While she's looking it up, thank you for those gift subs, anonymous gifter.
Yes,
5
thank
gift
you.
subs, appreciate it.
I used an action surge, so I don't get an extra action, but I have like 2-handed combat. I would typically use like one attack and then another.
One attack. So, but you do still have a bonus action. So because of that, you can make your bonus action attack too after smashing through the door. If you want, you're smashing through the door, and there is still like the door that you're smashing through is the one where Fauna just sent the moonbeam down on. So there, you're smashing into this moonbeam space. As long as you don't end your turn there, you're fine. You're not going to take damage from it. And there is like one cult member still standing there right at the door as you smash through it.
Yeah, I'm going to go to stab him. Would I have an advantage on this attack as he flanked in any way?
Yeah, because Bert's right there.
Okay, so I'm also with my Giant Smite. I get 1 extra d6, so I'm doing 5 extra d6 plus initial damage on this.
I'll tell you right now, if you hit, there's no way he's not dead. He's got 5 hit points left.
I was like, I don't think you need all that extra damage.
So as long as you hit, just give me the attack roll.
It's a 24.
What does it look like as Vox enters the room and ices this staff member?
I think Vox is still getting used to using Giant Smite because she did grow. Because that is one of the things that happens. You get larger. Mm-hmm. And I think she goes to just do like a clean like swipe at this guy's throat, and not knowing her size or her strength now, it's like full decapitation. So heads are just rolling in this room.
Bert is just looking up. God damn! As you enter, and you go to behead like with a knife, and there's not a lot of the head left by the time it leaves the body. Just that takes care of that cult member. Vox, it's your turn. Nyx, doors are open. You're standing there in the doorway. No cult members left on this side. 2 others at the far door. 2 more still remain next to Perrin behind. I mean, you see the decapitated body of Regina LeGrande there in front of Atticus. You see Cletus on the floor. You see 2 Othga on either side of Regina, like that aren't mesmerized. You know, there's the hypnotic pattern. I don't think you have to roll entering the room for hypnotic pattern. I don't think, because it's only when it's cast, right?
Yeah, I think it is at the top of this next order. It will fall off anyway for anybody who was affected by it. It won't affect anyone else. It's already gone.
Yeah. Nyx, that's the situation.
I just want to appreciate the image of Nyx and Vox busting in their like nice dresses, faces flecked with blood. Vox just decapitating somebody. Anyways.
Yeah.
If there is a close group of cult members, I don't think they would instinctually target anybody in the LeGrande family.
Okay. The closest 2 are probably the 2. They're
kind of like a grouping.
There's the 2 right next to Perrin, and then 2 even like another 20 feet after that at the far door. But you're probably the closest ones. You're gonna be about 45 feet away from.
Okay.
The 2 that are next to Perrin.
That should still be fine. Let me double check. But regardless, yeah, we're good. gonna space it out so I don't hit Perrin. But Nyx is going to almost like pull the rain that was coming down from that cloud that
still going in the magic circle.
Fauna did, and also like pools of blood on the floor, and they're just gonna circle it in together, and just conjure this tidal wave again to smash down on the two closest to Perrin.
Okay.
Dex saves.
Yeah, dex saves. The one that Perrin already hit gets a 6, and the other one gets a... Oh, wait, no, not a 6, an 8, but that still fails. And then the other one is getting a 17.
Okay, I believe the 17 passes. Yes, it does. But still half damage.
Yep.
That's 21 damage.
Okay, 21 and a half. The one that Perrin already hit, you send this red wave just like down the length of the table as it surges underneath and hits. Perrin, you watch the one that you already bonked just get up, like looks in you, and for the first moment like loses a little bit of their like cult stoic composure as their eyes just go wide and they open their mouth to scream, but it is filled with blood and water as they just disappear under the waves in front of you. The other one that made the save is getting hit for 10 and is not knocked prone because they made the save. Nyx, do you have a bonus action or is that it?
I'm going to quickened and bonus action firebolt towards one towards the back of the room.
Okay, cool. Towards those back doors. I will say there's one on their own, like in between the two at the very back, and then the two that you just attacked and knocked out one of. So there's like one more, kind of in that backspace too, on their own.
Okay, I'll target that one then.
Okay.
Haven't done this one in a while. I forget what it is.
I think at this point you get 2d10 on firebolt. Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah, fuck it. We're in endgame. I'm gonna use a point for that. Even worse. It misses. It's a 10.
Okay. Swings wide.
Favored by the gods. 11. 16?
16 does hit.
15.
15 still hits.
Okay, cool. 2d10. Uh, 17 damage.
But yeah, what does it look like as you get rid of this cult member?
It's the same, like their firebolt doesn't look like fire. It looks like almost this monochrome, like crackling beam of absence of light. And it just strikes them full on in the face and sears back over. And I think it's just like charred mess.
Yeah. They fall to the ground with nothing but kind of a skull left where the face once was. That is down to 3 cult members. That is both of your turns. Notori is... Oh, no. Notori's at the end. That is the Othga left. Atticus, all these Othga are coming for you. Like, they're all, like, including, there's that truly massive one in there that's like 9 plus feet. But all 4 of them are rising. They're all going to take attacks at you. Let's see. I'm gonna make rolls for the three smaller ones first. Let's see. God. What is your AC now with that armor?
My is 21.
Okay.
Right now.
Yeah.
With the shield is 23.
Right. but no shield
Does
right now.
anyone
So
attack
21.
me?
No one attacks you. They're all going for Atticus right
I have 25.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. Because the cult members might that were right next to you. But these Othgar are going for Atticus. However, that is 22 and 26 to the first ones. So those are 2 hits. Second one's... Oh, both those are going to miss. And... the 23 is going to hit. So out of 6 attacks between these 3 of them are going to hit. So Atticus,
bring it on, baby.
You're going to take a total of only 7. You're going to take 22 piercing damage from these attacks, as they've all got spears. They all just kind of stand and go in for you, and you are hit by 3 of these. The big one is going to climb onto the table and reaches down. Like, it's pretty rare that you fight a humanoid foe, Atticus, that is like more than a head taller than you. Looks down, is going to like clap both sides of your head in his hands. Go ahead and give me a athletics check.
Natural 20.
Pushing
Natural
in,
fucking 20.
you see
I was
rage.
scared.
Yeah, you
Just
see
does a
rage
backflip.
burning. Because they're rolling strength checks with advantage because they're in a rage. You feel immense pressure pushing in, and like both you're holding it off, just looking up, staring down this enormous green-skinned Othgar leader.
For the leader that just attacked, I want to use a reaction, and it's my stone rune.
Yeah.
I'm casting my stone rune. It's when a creature I can see ends its turn within 30 feet, I can use my reaction to force the creature to make a wisdom saving throw. If they don't succeed, the creature is charmed by me for 1 minute, and it's incapacitated and descends into a dreamy stupor.
Okay. It is a 19 on the die, though, for a total of 20 on their wisdom save. In the rage, Vox, it doesn't even register. They are so furious. But I mean, that's their turn. They didn't even grab their weapon. They're just using it all to try and crush your skull, Atticus, and they failed. That is the Othgar. It's now just the remaining cult members. There's the 2 far ones at the door, and then the one next to you, Perrin. The one, the 2 at the door, and are just kind of look to the one next to you. They look up at you, Perrin.
Whose 3 friends just got wiped out,
Whose
and
3
Perrin's just gonna
friends
smile
got
at them.
wiped out. And they pull out a dagger. It's kind of like as the other 2 at the far door see this one pulling out their dagger, they are mirroring the motions, just like a mere second behind. Looks at you.
Oh, hear the laugh bringer. May he bring us life beyond death.
Yeah, no thank you. No.
And boom, they are immolating. This one only has 8 hit points left. Perrin, go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw.
Shield wouldn't help in this scenario, right?
Shield,
I
no,
wouldn't
not on a
worry about
save,
it. I
yeah.
rolled a 24.
Okay. On a
I
24.
get a +8 to dexterity saving throws.
Yeah. On a 20, let's see. Hold on, let me roll. You were going to take 30 fire damage, half to 15 for 16.
I use absorb elements as well.
Cool. Okay. So that, I think that halves that halves the halved already, right?
Yeah, so the dex save halves it. The
absorb
elements gives me resistance to the triggering damage type until the start of my next turn.
So you're only going to take 7 points of fire damage as these two immolate. There is these two at the far end are doing the same thing. As they explode, there's no, like, none of the party is near them, but it is setting ablaze. Like, this is now, this far set of doors is not an exit, so you'll have to go out the way that you came in. But the doors are on fire. It is just these, Othgal left. And I think just because we're in this room, we're running a little late, but I think we'll just finish the combat real quick because it's just these 4 Othgal left. And the rest of you.
How big is the fire at the door?
Whole door, whole thing. They had full hit pit. So if anyone had been near them, it would have been a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is doors going up in flame. Atticus, back to the top of the initiative order. It's you.
Cool. I'm gonna use my bonus action, and I'm gonna use second wind. So that's 1d10 plus 10. Where's my d10? There you are. Okay, so I get 15 health back. And while I second wind, I almost said Oshkosh.
Gosh.
That is squishing my head. I just fucking spit blood in his face and I attack him.
Okay, yeah. Give me attack rolls.
Let's go. It's a 19. It's a 19 on the die. So,
yeah. That's a crit.
Beans. Beans. Oh, fuck. I rolled 2 1s in a row. Fuck.
I mean, roll it 4 more times.
yeah. 6 plus 8. Another 8. So I'm doing math. I'm horrible at math. This is why I have a history degree. I don't have a math. 16, 17, 18.
When you are adding
22.
dice, you don't need a math degree.
I rolled another 1. 23 and then 1 more. Okay. 29 total damage.
Okay. Cool. Still a pretty big hit. Yeah, I mean, you still have... you've got 1 more attack at least, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Yeah, I'm just gonna go in for another attack.
Cool.
Like, I can't really do anything right now. 25.
25 hits.
Well, it's basically impossible for me not to hit at this point.
Yeah. I'll also say, Perrin, you're up next after Atticus.
20 on that second hit.
Okay. God. Handily.
I hit hard.
Yeah, handily in 1 turn you have this big guy looks bloodied.
Okay.
As you carve into him. Do you have any?
And I just say, it's not too late to make things right.
I'll make things right with your blood.
Burn!
Atticus just has he's bloodlusted now, so he's like, all right.
I love that when Atticus is bloodlusted, he's like, at any point we could still be friends and walk out of here and shake hands. But also, I'm going to keep cutting your friends' faces off if you don't stop.
Yeah. I tell you what.
Okay. Perrin, that's unless you've got a bonus action, Atticus.
I used it already to second win.
Oh, that's right. Yep. Perrin, it's you.
All the cultists are wiped, and it's the 2 Othgar left.
All the cultists are wiped. There are 4 Othgar left, actually.
4
that are members of the...
And
Yeah,
2 are...
1, and
threatening.
then 2, and then 1 up on the table with
What is
Atticus.
Vladimir doing at this point? What's everybody who just woke up doing? Is anybody
Oh.
getting involved?
Let's see. It was Vladimir
I love
and
that
the
while
other
all of this was
Othgar.
happening, Vlad was just staring up at
Yeah, Vlad.
like, ooh,
Vlad
shiny.
Vlad on a 5 is at the end
Let's
of
do
initiative
it.
order.
And Cletus. Is Cletus just on the ground holding
Cletus
his
is still,
is upset
Cletus is still
right
just
now.
on the ground. Yeah.
and Atlas?
Atlas. Oh, you know what? I didn't roll for Atlas, actually. I think Atlas, this would be Atlas's first fight, so Atlas is probably just like staying in the circle for the moment. And Atlas rolled really low too, so Atlas is going down here.
Also, I think I was probably just like told Atlas to like stay behind me or
For the
something.
other- yeah.
You know.
10 for the other Othgar. Yeah, but it still puts Perrin, it's still you, so they're, I mean,
Okay.
they haven't hit their initiative order yet.
Okie doke. So I'm so sorry. There's 2 that's further away, and then there's 2 that are pretty much on Atticus. One has taken a significant amount of damage. The other one is grabbing at his head.
The captain is the one, like the big one is the one grabbing his head who's taken a bunch of damage, and then there are 3 more surrounding him that all had attacked him.
Okay.
So 4 total, like all right there.
Perrin is going to shout out with his still 3 times as loud as normal voice with thunder underneath it because it has not been a full minute. He's going to shout out in this thundering voice, "Surrender now, and some of you might live to see that light of yours."
Cool, make me an intimidation check.
Well, that works. What is my plus to this? Swipe. 3? No. 8. 8, that's right, because I have my thing. I don't know what character I'm playing anymore. That's 26.
26. God. They're not leaving, but 2, like, every Othgar except for the one that was, like, actively fighting at that Atticus has started carving into is going to look and focus their attention to, like, on you. Perrin, in this moment, you can't tell if that means, like, they're going to come after you or if, like, they're hesitating or what's going on, but you certainly have captured their attention.
Yeah. While they're looking at him, he is going to cast... Wait, have any of them pulled a weapon out?
They all have weapons. Yeah, they've all got spears. Except for the
Okay.
one with Atticus, and then he's just got his hands in there.
Okay. What is the floor made out of?
Stone, like most of the manor.
Okay. Well, Perrin will... I don't know, I'll just attack. I'll just do a normal attack. Perrin will attack the one that looks like it's least hurt.
Okay, cool.
So I'll replace that one in case I get a crit. It's not. 26.
26 hits.
And I have my absorb elements damage. So make sure this is all the right dice. 8, 6. I mean, I guess can use my bonus action to cast Hunter's Mark, but I'll do that next. So not that. Colossal Slayer, Incense. 24.
24 damage.
Yeah.
God, Perrin packs a punch now at level 10.
He do.
Okay. Yeah. You nailed that immediately. Just like blood sprays back.
It's the second attack that doesn't do as much damage.
Cool. Yeah, you hit that one. What's your second?
Second attack, he's gonna go for the barbarian on the table.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, that one's 19.
Okay. 19 is a hit.
Okay. And he's gonna use his bonus action to cast Hunter's Mark on that one.
Okay. Cool.
8, 3. Yeah. A lot less on this one. 9, 15.
Okay. 15 is... Yeah, big guy's not looking great. All right, Perrin, that's you. Cletus is Atticus, you are like you are standing there staring down, like carving into the big guy. Those are both very good. Okay. God. Atticus, you're staring down the big guy, and you just see, like both of Cletus's short swords, just like one sticks like all the way, goes like being thrown. One sticks all the way through the big guy's arm. The other one goes like right into his side, as he just kind of like, like registers it in a little bit of shock. And this big guy is almost there. Just a little push. That is Cletus's turn, though. It's going to go to Bert. Bert is just going to go take up a defensive, goes to like stand next to Atlas. Fauna, that's you.
So Cletus and Atticus and Perrin and the remaining Othgar are all in a group?
Yes.
Like, are they all...
Yeah,
like...
pretty much. They're all kind of right next to each other. Like, Atticus and Perrin are right there. The big guy's on the table with them. And then the other three Othgar are all... So they're all kind of like in a little 10-foot grouping right there.
And the big guys definitely had a tough go. The other ones are looking fine or
One of
rough?
them took a hit but isn't bloodied. One of them took a hit from Perrin. And the other two are undamaged.
Okay. Okay, I think I'm going to... I guess I'm just gonna, I think, cast Firebolt at whatever one is looking the most robust still.
The most... Okay, cool. Yeah, give me an attack roll. And then along with the attack roll...
Wait. Sorry, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
If they still have movement that they can take, can I warn them to move out of the way, or they can't do anything now because their turn is over?
They can't really they can't take a reaction to move unless they have an ability though. But I don't think Atticus or Perrin have that.
All right. Eight. 17.
17 hits. What's the damage?
I'm going to... Can I still use the original Wellspring power to reroll the die now that I've hit the point max?
Yes, but then you have to make that check, right? I think you have to make a check, and if you let me look up at your sheet right here.
Yeah, but the check just means that I add more or less points to the wellspring, which the wellspring is already like over the. I feel like we talked about this, but I
we did. I
it
think
was so long ago.
Yeah, I think I changed it because now that you've tapped into the whole like wellspring magic thing that's happening. Let's see. Anytime you wish to reroll the damage die when casting a spell, you can make a Wisdom check. So this is your first one, so the DC is just 11. On a success, you can reroll the die, but you will roll on the Wellspring chart, which means you'll have 2 Wellspring chart rolls for this Firebolt. And on a failure, you cannot reroll the die, but you must still roll on the Wellspring chart twice instead of once.
Okay,
but the DC is just 11 for the Wisdom check.
I think I'll hold off.
Okay.
On that, actually.
Okay.
I need to write all that down so I can remember for next time. Okay, yeah. So it was 13 damage.
Okay. 13 damage to one of the unhit ones. 63, and give me a D100 roll for the Wellspring chart, and then it is also the Othga's turn.
That's 52.
Okay. On a 52, your hair already being moss and lichen, and the rain cloud still going in the magic circle. On the 52, okay. Funny, you go to cast like the kind of like the green fire, like the Fontaine, that firebolt, and as you go to cast it, halfway across the room, it just disappears.
Damn it.
And that's all I'm going to tell you for now.
Wait. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah. That's one of the weird. I will say that's one of the weird rolls. It's like a very small number that you can hit. Okay. Fauna, if you don't have any bonus actions you're doing, it is going to the Othga that are around Atticus and Perrin. One that you hit, Perrin, is not the big one, but the other one is going to come at you. One is a, let's see, where's there? One is a 17 to hit, and then the other one is a 23 to hit.
AC is 17.
Okay, so two hits from that one. You're gonna take.
Perrin and I aren't within 5 feet of each other, are we?
I think we are now.
Yeah, you are now, for
cool.
sure.
Close the
Sentinel
distance.
attack on one of them.
Ooh, okay.
Or on the one, yeah.
Cool. Yep. I think you get to do that as like before their damage. So go ahead and give me the attack roll.
Well, sorry. That is. Oh wait. That is going to be a 16.
16 hits.
Cool. I thought it was a natural
Roll me
one
that
for
damage.
a second, but on my dice, the 7 and the 1 look very similar.
Oh yeah, that'll happen.
Sorry, can I just... I know I should have done this on my turn, but I always forget, like, the cat. Can I just, like, have the cat, like, stand by to give advantage to
because the cat can do that as a reaction. So, like, anytime during can give advantage.
Okay.
Yeah. 15 damage.
Okay. That takes that one down. That one's not looking great. That damage is still coming in from that one for you, though, Perrin, and that is 19 piercing damage. As they just give like 2 stalwart jabs with their spear towards you.
Ow.
And then the other two are still going for you, Atticus. I know the 20 doesn't hit. 24 does hit. And then a miss on a 17, and then a natural 20. On the
Your
last
dice are
one
on
they
fire
are
tonight.
on fire tonight. It's ridiculous. I wish I've only rolled like half of them on the dice cam. I keep forgetting to roll them in the.
I feel like we have like completely murdered entire bosses, and here we are struggling against like the chefs.
Can I
10.
cast shield now on Perrin?
They're going for Atticus.
Oh.
I mean,
Yeah,
I already
they're
did
going-
my damage.
Bill. Because I think we talked about if I have a bond with someone, I can roll for it.
Yeah, give me an
With the
Arcana.
non-self.
Give me an Arcana check, DC 15.
Okay.
Shield is going to make everything but that crit miss.
Shit. No, that's an 11.
On an 11, Nyx, you try and reach out using your bond with Atticus, and you don't have to use the spell slot, but it is your reaction to try and get that shield there. You can't get it. Hold on, I'm going to reset my damage rolls. Two of those attacks made it, and one was a crit. Yeah. Atticus, on the first hit, you're just taking 12 piercing damage. On the crit, you are going to take 20 piercing damage. So a total of 32
altogether.
piercing damage, yeah.
Woohoo! Yeah, Atticus is bloodied.
I will say it's still the big guy going. He's going to like drop down both hands. That didn't work. He's going to like pull out his weapon, right, and as he kind of like unsheathes this enormous glaive, he just like brings it down in one motion too, and this guy gets 3 attacks. So the big leader's going to make him now. First two, both 14s plus 2 23s. So 2 hits there, and the third attack, just an 11. On a 20, it's a miss. So 2 hits. But I'll tell you, these ones are big.
Sorry, before you say the damage, I'm going to use Silvery Barbs as a reaction on one of those attack rolls.
Okay, cool.
I magically distract
yeah,
a triggering
I'm gonna
creature,
reroll
turn
with
its momentary
disadvantage.
and sentry into encouragement. Yeah, you get the lower roll, and Atticus is going to get the advantage on your next attack ability saving throw within 1 minute.
So Atticus gets advantage. I did still, on the reroll, I still got a 12 plus 9, so still 21, which I think hits Atticus's AC.
Yeah.
Atticus, you're going to take a total of 38 slashing damage as this glaive comes down in 2 quick, and you just feel like it finds the soft spots in the armor, and you immediately just begin to feel blood pool down the armor. These are
I'm not doing
deep cuts.
doing hot, gang. I am not doing well.
That is all the Othga, though. The other 2 Othga, like the that weren't members of the LeGrande family, Atticus they were the 2 that like did right, and like they gave you the bright hand salute when you came in. They're gonna go after these other, like their counterparts. Just do these rolls real quick because they're not terribly interesting to anyone else. That is 2 hits, and that is 2. Yeah. Between the 2 of them, I'm just like between the 2. One of the one that had the lowest health, not the big guy, but the other one that had been hit a few times, goes to like just the Othga break off into fighting one of the LeGrande family members that were against you. Immediately goes down. There are now only two enemies left, and then the big guy. Vladimir, Vladimir's looking, holy fuck, what the fuck is going on? Atticus, what do you want me to do? Is this what all war councils are like? This is horrible.
Atticus is like he's just gushing blood everywhere. He's just like, kill these traitors.
Okay. He's just gonna pick up a bottle off the table and go and hit the big guy, like try and hit the big guy in the back of the head. He gets a -1 to this roll.
Vladimir, you're a vampire. Why are you attacking him like a bar brawl?
He gets a -1 to the roll. So on a nat 20, it's a 19. As Vladimir comes up behind the big guy, hits him with the bottle breaks. The big guy turns around to look down at Vladimir and like gets his glaive ready, and Vladimir just goes, oh shit, and goes up quick with the broken into the bottle, goes right into the big guy's throat. The big guy looks down, the eyes go wide, and he just slumps down like on his own glaive, like just. And
Vladimir
boom,
drinks through the bottle end like a
onto
straw.
the table. Oh shit! I mean, that looks pretty good. I mean, if anyone looks over, he's got a wine, and he's kind of like trying to collect some of the blood as it runs off the table. That finishes off the big guy.
Thank you, Vlad.
Yeah. Atticus, I think
Glad
you
to
look
the
up.
rescue.
I'm just gonna like it's quick. I know how this combat's gonna go. There's really not a lot of danger here left for anyone. Atticus, as you see this happen, you look over and you hear like a sharp crack. As you see Atlas like is standing, like he's like drawn out some stuff in the circle, and you see him like slap his hands down on the ground, and then you see like this charge almost like zigzagging through the floor, and you see one of the Othga just like, and then you just see smoke start to come out of their ears. They fall sideways. And the other two Othga that are on your side finish off the. That's it. That's that we end combat and the war council, or at least in this moment.
Wasn't a lot of council thing
Vox
happening
is
there.
gonna look around and be like, anyone want to explain what the fuck is happening?
We had a war council!
And there's a war
Atticus
brewing outside.
drops to a knee
surrounded.
and like, what was the elder's name in the LeGrande? Was it Osa?
Uru.
Someone needs to make sure Uru's okay. Someone needs to... Yeah, and then he gets back up and hears what Nick says and like is like, fuck, they're like, are we surrounded? Like, he's like, what, are we surrounded? What's going on?
Fox is gonna pass Atticus 2 health potions from her bag.
First, Perrin is going to cast Beacon of Hope, so everyone gets maximum healing for any healing that takes place.
Lovely.
Nice.
All of you go ahead and give me perception checks.
14.
17.
$13.
27.
6. Atticus has too much blood in his eye.
Perrin's locked in.
Yeah, on a 27, Perrin, you shout that thing about the war council, and as your voice rings out, like you...
By the way, his voice is still 3 times as loud. It has not been a minute yet. The whole castle shakes.
Perrin,
Vladimir spills his glass of blood. Oh. You look over. Perrin, Amos is like almost like flitting around by the window and like lands and just begins like tapping the glass with her beak, and then looks over to you. On the 27th, the rest of you are kind of like recouping from this fight. Vox, you're handing healing potions to Atticus. Fauna, the last beam of light from the sun setting catches in the window here in the war room, shines through. It is now your witching hour. Those effects
Yay.
click into place. Perrin, as you move to the window, you look out on the grounds of the manor. A full, perhaps some of them still dressed like staff members, but now far more dressed like the remnants of Ward. The cult loyal to Akron. The one they call the Lifebringer, Ash Eater, Nevergreen, have at this point completed almost a semicircle around the grounds as far as you can see. There's probably 60, 70 members out there, and you see more coming out from the woods gathering. And stepping out from the tree line, Perrin, you see an enormous automaton, over 20 feet high, forged of black iron, its eyes glowing orange, begin to take thunderous steps towards the manor.
So I'm just gonna throw it out there. Do we really want to stay here and fight these guys, or do you guys want to, like, fuck off the fuck out of here?
Can I pull up one of the broken pieces of glass and look through? In the same way that Perrin's looking?
Yes. Yeah. Give me a perception check.
$16?
Okay. On a 16, you go to look through. Boxes, you go to like look through the glass. It's a mirror glass. So when you're going to look through it, you don't see outside where Perrin is looking. You see yourself looking back through the night glass. But this time, as you look, you see, with hand placed on your shoulder, face still shrouded by a hood, the figure that you saw in Moorhold when Uru gave you the vision and you traveled to that place with Brightburn by your side.
Ooh. Box is just gonna like turn around to see if there's anything there.
No, just in the glass.
Okay. I think Box sits on that.
Okay. Atticus, Perrin is obviously, everyone in the group has a say, but Perrin is offered an escape. You're surrounded here in your ancestral home by the remnants of Ord, an ancient cult devoted to the service of Akron that would see your allies dead and you delivered to the nasty bird.
This place must have some kind of secret tunnels or something, right, Atticus? I mean,
I feel like the staff might know about that since they're the ones who betrayed us.
Yeah, but better than Atticus would know?
Running the right thing to do, though?
I mean, can we fight?
Sign of weakness.
Atlas looks up. Dad, I have an idea. The secret passage, it's just out here. It's not something we ever used to tell the staff about when I was around. I think I can get to the library, and I have an idea.
Let's
help.
Head that. He's gonna look at everybody that's like here on the war council too, and like, all right, let's move.
Okay.
We can't fight this.
But I'm gonna go to the library. You have to give me time. I'll need time to get the components together, but I think I can stop. Whatever they're trying to do, I can stop it.
You can stop all of them?
I think so.
All right, this is the dumbest thing I've ever said, but let's do it.
Hold the line.
Bert steps up to be next to Atlas. I can make sure he gets there safe, Atticus.
Yeah, one of you sand guys go with him, too.
Yes, the sand guys. Yeah. For sure. Yeah, one of the burning sands, automatons, and Bert. If you're letting this happen, Atticus, like there's a secret passage just outside that Atlas and Bert head off towards the library.
I trust him.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to ask him what he's gonna do.
Nope. Just let it happen.
We stay, and we fight, and we don't lose another one of our homes.
All right, we should all bandage the fuck up here, though.
Yeah, Atticus grabs his shield.
You grab your shield. We're gonna smash cut real quick into the session. What does it look like as the 3-year company steps out onto the lawn of Phoenix Manor?
Really badass.
Atticus, seeing the army, like full army, he has his armor on, he has his shield, he has his sword. He puts on the mirrored knight's helmet and gets ready to battle.
Love it.
Okay.
Perrin's got his red ribbon. He's pinned his shirt back, so he's got a big swatch of red down his shoulder.
Atticus
is wearing her fancy dress still. Like, do I have time to get my other gear back?
Yeah, I mean, you can grab on the we're smash cutting. I'll let you do quick things on the run
I feel
out
like
to
we get a short rest on the way.
Sure, we'll allow a short rest. This is a big fight. Why not? You can all take a short rest.
I just feel like I don't want to be fighting in my fancy outfit. I would like my regular.
It looks so badass though if you're just wiping out cult members in a fancy dress.
In a fancy dress.
Yeah, but I'm more worried about would I have less AC or something if I'm not wearing my regular gear.
Yeah.
Woof.
You all step out onto the lawn. There are cult members out here that are not joined, that are going to start to approach here. As you step out on the lawn, you don't actually see the huge automaton out here where you've exited the manor from, but there are a lot of cult members. There's a lot of people here. You see other allies of yours there's already starting to skirmishes are already starting to break out in other spots of the grounds of the manor where allies are rushing out and cult members and staff members are rushing in. And amidst this chaos, Atticus, you don the helmet. All 5 of you stepping out. Atticus, as you don the helmet, you put it on. It's been a while since you've worn a helmet like this, but I suppose you did put this helmet on a few days ago in Novalor. For the first time when you saw the vision of your father, you put it on. You still see the world out there, dimmed through the dark glass of the mirrored helm. Behind you in the shadows near the manor, you hear, and everyone else would hear too, because it's not just in the helm, Atticus, a gruff voice.
You gonna give me back that helmet, boy?
And that's where we're gonna end the session.
Fuck.
Thanks everyone for watching. This has been the Feast of Dice channel. We will be back next week on Monday for another episode of Castle Run to conclude what has now turned from the War Council to the Phoenix War. So come back next Monday for part 2. And
we're in danger.
Stuck around.
Bye-bye now. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Jane and the
Bye
subs and the
bye.
bit.
Also, thanks, readers.